Check. So, well, we will wait for. Hi, myself Ravi Kumar. Uh, we'll wait for other 2 to 3 minutes. We have 15 participants right now. Others are yet to join, so we'll wait for other 2 to 3 minutes, and we will try to, we'll wait other 2 3 minutes, and if they don't join, we'll just continue with our session. Okay. So we for the day we have almost like 18 presentations. And let me just share my screen. Yeah, I believe everyone can see the screen.
Yes.
Wait, let me unmute everyone. Okay. Well, you guys can see the screen, right?
Yes, sir. I can see.
So, the, okay, 16 participants. We are getting few more participants. We'll admit them. Yeah.
Yes.
Iya pong sambar.
Well, good afternoon, friends. I believe I got information that except two presenters, everyone are online. We can just start up with the session. I hope everyone are able to hear me. So let us have a quick introduction of ourselves. Let me introduce myself. I'm Professor Ravi Kumar. I am from I work for Dassault Systems Center of Excellence in Dhananjay Sagar University, Bangalore. So, well. And coming to uh, achievements of myself, I've written almost six textbooks which has been referred in many universities, private universities, and also and almost like all engineering colleges are referring my books in management, quality management, in mechatronics, and other discipline like additive manufacturing, all recent interdisciplinary subjects. And I have like almost 20 plus publications, and also I have been associated with the Institute of Research in Journal Forum from past many years. Yeah, I think I'm admitted. Yeah. So this is about me. So how to go ahead? We'll have a, so I'll as per the serial number, I believe this document is been shared with everyone. So this is the serial number of the presentation 1 to 18. So I will be sharing. I mean, I will be giving the access to individually to share their presentations among. I mean, you can share your presentation. You can have, you can use your share screen option, and you can share your presentations, and you can present yourself, and post during presentation, let us not interrupt anyone, so that let us not interrupt anyone. After the presentation, we'll give 2 to 3 minutes slot, so that we can interact for the question and answer session. Right, this is tentative schedule. From will each presenter, we can give approximately 10 to 15 minutes maximum, 10 to 15 minutes time. So this is about the things. And yes, and also coming to just brief about Institute of Research and Journal Forum, right? We like it is a society, it's a institute which has been like started in 2011, and it has been like published. It is almost like 150 plus conferences only in Bangalore, and all over India, like almost 1,000 plus conferences they have conducted, and associated with like 150 plus countries in all major countries. Also, we have been organizing the conferences. So in this situation, in this COVID situation, we uh, we need to appreciate the effort of Institute of Research and Journals coming up with this new concept of online conference, which is really unique and one of its first kind, where we need to be happy that first one of its first kind, the Institute IRF is conducting this particular conference. So this is about a brief about things. So let us just start up with the presentation. Okay. Anyone have any queries?
I have one. Can we record the presentation?
I will call for a presentations individually. You can, as per the serial number. You can, I believe you are able to see my screen. So once this particular serial number comes, I'll, for example, the first serial number here is Shweta, I believe. Yeah. So first presenter will be Shweta. I believe Shweta is here.
Yes, sir, I'm here.
Sounds good. So, so first presenter of the day would be Shweta. So, after the presentation like that, we will be calling the people in order. So, this would be the thing, Helio. Can we have a small introduction of yourself before starting? We'll have a quick introduction of. So once you to break the ice, and make ourselves comfortable, it is always better to introduce ourselves. So let us just please unmute yourself, and please introduce yourself, your name, what you do, and your your profession, and a small brief about yourself, so that we all can get to know about each other. Okay, we'll introduce ourselves in the serial order only, to avoid the confusion. Please introduce yourself, Shweta.
Hello, sir. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Yes, sir. My name is. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Shweta. I am student from Vellore Institute of Technology, Vellore, and I am studying in my second year of master's degree.
Sounds great. Which specialization?
Structural engineering. A master's in structural engineering.
Master's in structural engineering. Wonderful.
Yes,
Nice to know that, Shweta. So, well, do we have Parv here? Parv Katyal? Do we have Parv? Okay, well, I believe he's in there. I'm unable to see Parv. Okay. Will do we have Aditya M? Aditya M. Okay, I don't see Aditya M here. Fine. Can we have it? Manish? Do we have Manish Kumar here?
Yeah, good afternoon, everyone.
Yes, Manish ji.
And I'm a PhD candidate at Amity University at Noida campus in near
That's
Delhi.
nice.
And I also work, full time at CII.
Oh,
So
wow.
this is a brief.
Good to know that. A nice introduction. Which specialization? I mean,
Yeah, so my area is sociology and combination of economics and whole science, and I'm conducting a research on a particular government scheme called Deen Dayal Upadhyay Gramin Kaushal Yojana. It's a
that's
skill
great.
development program for rural youth in the country.
Wonderful, wonderful, Ji. We have a structural engineer with us, first one, and second, like we have sociologist. Nice to have every different disciplined people amongst with us, so we can have a wonderful session. Thank you, Manish. Do we have? I'm unable to pronounce properly.
Yeah, it's fine. It's fine, sir. My name is Sane Nagavira Manikanta.
Oh, wonderful. Okay, sorry.
It's fine, sir. It's fine. So I'm doing my master degree final semester in Taiwan National Formosa University,
Oh, wonderful.
and my major is aeronautical engineering, and I'm doing my specialization in structures domain.
Oh, that's great. I think first Shweta who spoke is also in structural domain, but I think civil structure. Seeing her title, isn't it, Shweta?
Civil engineering structure.
Yeah. That's
Yeah.
good. Okay, fine. Yeah. So, nice to know about you, Veera.
You can call me Money, just
Okay,
Money.
Veera Manikanta. Okay, money. Yeah, so that's
Yeah.
thank you for making my easy. Yeah, sure, money. So nice introduction. Aeronautical branch. Fine, that's great.
Yeah.
Do we have? Again, sorry for the mispronunciation. Do we have EcoRF?
Good afternoon, everyone.
Yes, sir.
Good afternoon, everyone.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay, thank you. I am from Indonesia. My name is Eko Arif Saifuddin, and then I'm doing study in my bachelor degree from University of Indonesian University at the majoring of engineering, mechanical engineering, position and manufacturing.
Nice to know that. Thank you. Can I call you Arif?
Arif, okay, sir.
Yeah. Thank you. I mean, big name. I'm so sorry if I can't pronounce complete name.
I'm sorry I cannot share my video because in my place so very slowly internet network.
Oh, okay.
So
Sure.
for the presentations, I prepare my file and then I was sending to you
Sure.
with the group chat and to
Okay.
my presentation file. Yes.
For that, okay. People who have a connectivity issue in a group chat, I will mention my email address. You can mail me. I can
Okay.
I can share your presentation. I will mail my email address to everyone. It is prof.rravikumar at gmail.com. Okay, this is my email address. So please send me your presentation, mail me your presentation if you have any internet connectivity issues, so I can share your presentation on screen over here. So if you have good connectivity, that's not an issue. You can share it by yourself.
Okay.
Yeah, thank you, Arif.
Yeah. Okay, sir. Thank you very much.
So next, do we have Mitansi over here?
Good afternoon, everyone.
Yeah, Mitansi.
I am a final year student of doing hotel and tourism management from Rajkot, Gujarat.
Oh, nice. Can you come back to the specialization, Mitansi? Sorry, we can. Can you come up with your specialization? I was unable to hear it.
I'm doing hotel and tourism management.
Oh, madam. Okay, okay. Tourism management. Oh, nice to know that.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mitansi. So next do we have Varun Srivatsa? Okay. Do we have Varun Srivatsa? Okay, fine. Uh, do we have Dilip P? Dilip P? Do we have your Dilip P? Okay, I can't find Dilip P or Varun Srivatsa. Okay. Do we have Sagar Pratap?
Yeah, good afternoon, everyone.
Yeah, good
Okay,
afternoon,
can you
Sagar.
hear me?
Yes, Sagar, we
Yeah,
can hear you.
good afternoon, everyone. I'm Sagar, and I'm doing BTech in Mechanical Engineering from Medicaps University in Indore. I'm currently B and C certificate holder in National Service Scheme, and my paper is on thermophysical properties of nanofluids.
Nice to know that. Thank you, Sagar, for your brief introduction.
Thanks.
Medicap University, Maharashtra.
No, it's in Indore, Madhya
Indore,
Pradesh.
yeah. Oh, Madhya Pradesh, yeah.
Yeah.
I met your vice chancellor sometime
Yeah,
last year.
Dr. Sunil Keswani.
Yeah. And also some madam is there in charge or something, right?
Yeah, Dr. Shilpa Tripathi.
Yeah. Correct. Yeah, I remember meeting them. Nice introduce. Like nice to know. Sagar. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah. Do we have Lakshmi Kumari here? Lakshmi Kumari.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, Lakshmi, we can hear you.
Yes, sir. Myself, I'm Lakshmi Kumari, Assistant Professor from Mahatma Gandhi Institute of Technology, Hyderabad.
Oh, yes, ma'am.
And my area is computer science and engineering, specialization in machine learning.
Okay. Machine learning. Nice to know that. One of the important hot cake nowadays.
Yes.
Nice introduction, introducing you. Thank you. Do we have Saumyadeep Ghosh?
Yes, sir. I'm Samidip Ghosh from Reva University. I'm doing my final year in computer science.
Oh, nice.
I'm here with my friends presenting the paper eye blink detection for the paralyzed.
Oh, that's nice. So, computer science department from Reva University.
Yes, sir.
Oh, okay, Bangalore. Oh, nice to know that.
Yeah.
Okay. Nice meeting you, Soumya. Deep. Next, do we have Roman Calvin?
Yes, sir. Do you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Yeah, sir. My name is Roman, and I have completed my bachelor's and master's in mechanical engineering, and currently I am a PhD student in Prince of Songkla University, Thailand, and
nice.
I'm doing a specialization in energy engineering.
That's great. Yes. So, you're BTech and MTech in mechanical engineering.
No, it's a bachelor's and master's degree, not BTech.
Okay. From which university?
From University of Pakistan.
Okay. Nice knowledge. Thank you for your introduction, Mr. Calvin. So, Do we have? I'm sorry for the mispronunciation. Peng, Mr. Lin. I mean, sorry. Do you have Lin over here? Yeah.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, yes, yes.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Peng Fei Lin. I come from Taiwan. I'm currently a PhD student at National Zhengzhi University, and my research is focused on innovation management and patenting strategy.
Nice, nice to know
Thank
that.
you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Lin. Do we have Mr. Chung? Ching Wen Chung? Mr. Ching Wen Chung? Some disturbances? Okay. Some disturbances I can see there. There's some noise, background noise. Sorry. Let me just mute on. Yeah. Do we have Sonia here? Do we have Sonia? Okay, I don't see Sonia here. Do we have Lin Hongchin? Okay, and do we have Capdesia?
Me. Hello.
Oh, hello, Mr. Capdesia. I'm sorry for pronouncing it wrong. So can
No
you please
problem.
introduce yourself?
Okay. I'm a computer engineer. Doing a master in information system management in University Institute of Lisbon.
Oh, Vietnam.
Lisbon,
Oh,
Portugal.
Lisbon. Okay, okay. Sorry, okay, nice, nice to know that. Okay.
Excuse me, sir.
Yes, yes, ma'am.
One request from my side here, heavy thunder and rain is coming due to that power failure.
Oh, okay.
So my system may go off. So if possible, I'll give presentation early.
Sure, ma'am.
My sequence is 11th one.
Okay, fine, ma'am. Sure, sure, not a issue. If anyone have issues, any problem, we can just start with whoever have anything issues so that they can present first. Okay, ma'am. I'll give you. You can share the screen. I'll disconnect this my screen over here, ma'am. I've stopped my sharing.
Okay.
So you can share the screen so that we can. Yeah.
Okay. Here it is showing host disabled participant screen.
Can you share it? We are unable to see it.
Again the same thing.
I'll mute all. I'll mute all. Once. If you're unable to share the screen, you can mail the presentation to me. so that I can
Okay.
share the screen behalf of
Okay.
you.
Okay, still it is showing host disabled only. So I'll mail to you.
Is it? 1 second, I'll just check in the settings in case we can. Okay. Hello, participant. Okay, fine. Yeah, now you can share the screen. Sorry, it was disabled. I think you can enable it now. Did you get it, ma'am?
Yes, now I am able to share.
Sure, ma'am. Yes, we can able to see your screen.
Yes. Yes, good afternoon, everyone. Myself, Lakshmi Kumari, Assistant Professor, Information Technology Department, NGIT, Hyderabad. And my co-author and my colleague is J. Anushanti. And here my paper is Detection of Intraretinal Microscalar Abnormalities using Deep Neural Networks. So in this content, what is the abstract and introduction about the paper and our aim of the project or aim of the theme, and what is the literature survey, and the problem description, proposed method, and what is the architecture that we are using in this paper, and what is the prediction model for recognition of that intrascalar or intraretinal microscalar problem. So coming to abstract, so nowadays diabetes, or more precisely we call diabetes mellitus, is a metabolic disorder happens because of some high blood sugar levels in the body. So diabetes creates eye deficiency due to this problem, and is called we call that problem as the intraretinal microscalar abnormalities, or simply we call it as diabetic some retinopathy problems, which causes major loss of vision. So the symptoms can originate in the retinal area. So the image of retina serve as the indispensable tool for precise diagnosis of the patient, or the patient's diagnosis from how to diagnose that one. So
I'm sorry
here
to interrupt you. Check. Can you just make it, like you can go press F5, like full slide.
full screen. Sir. Okay.
Yeah. Please
Yeah.
press F5. Yeah, thank you.
So this is so in this study we are going to use some fundus images which is containing the diabetic retinopathy that has been taken into from consideration. Using that images we are going to calculate how much the affected retina. So here the deep learning models are capable of quantifying the features as blood vessels and fluid drip, exudates, and some hemorrhages and micro arousums into different classes. So this model will calculate the weights, which will give the severity of the problem or severity level of the patient's eye. So based upon that weightage, or that weight will give how much affected, how much the eye is affected. So to identify the target class thresholds, so this weighted C means algorithm has been used here, and the model will be helpful to identify the proper classes of severity of the, that means what we call the problem of diabetic retinopathy. I will call it as the intraretinal microscapular disability. And here the introduction for this problem and what are the existing, that means what are the stages for this problem and how we are going to identify the severity. So this diabetes gives rise to many problems, and one among them is intrascapular microvascular abnormalities, which relates to loss of vision. So here, this problem directly will go to the loss of vision. There four stages are there. That is mild, non or proliferative retinopathy. So here, this is a mild effect. So due to this effect, the eye will causes some fluid, liquid will come from the retina. So the second stage is the moderate non-proliferative retinopathy. So here some the problem is a moderate one. We can cure it, but the problem symptoms are like the blood clots and the retina images will give a deficiency of vision and all these one. So the third one is a severe non-proliferative retinopathy. And the last stage of that one is the proliferative diabetic retinopathy. So this is the final stage, which we call it as the intraretinal microscapular abnormality. So this retinal screening is possible solution for diagnosis of damage caused retina in initial stages only. So here the available approaches, there are two type of approaches are there. So this is a problem, and how the computer, that means the computer engineers are nowadays we call machine learning approaches are there. So many approaches. We can diagnose different ways of medical problems. So here two types of approaches are there. A machine learning approach that includes classical neural networks, but not neural networks and convoluted neural networks. And the second approach is also there, which is a hierarchical attribute learning approaches. So by using these two approaches also we can diagnose this, the diabetic retinopathy, or we call intraretinal microscapular disabilities. But the disadvantages here by using these two approaches using machine learning is the outcomes with the optimized model that included neural networks hard to achieve as a biological neurons are more complex than artificial neurons. So that is the main disadvantage. And its performance degrades with the increasing complexity and databases. So here you need to maintain a complex database design with there's two approaches which just now I mentioned. And a hierarchical attribute learning approach has a problem such as vanishing gradient. And that is why tracking back the features, it often becomes difficult to get the, that means that disability result. And literature survey, coming to here, the first literature survey from computer aided deletion for diabetic retinopathy, which is a IEEE international conference, which focuses on development of computer aided mechanism for finding the abnormality, the retinal image, detecting the existence of abnormality. And the second literature survey, which is from automated early detection of diabetic retinopathy, that is our problem intraretinal microscapular disabilities, which is N. Singh and R. Chandra Tripathi, which is the image analysis technique for the automatic and early discovery diabetic retinopathy. The use of image processing here and among many other analysis techniques here we are using. And coming to the third literature survey, the role of image constant enhancement technique, that is which will give here the description of this paper micro, that means so morphological operation, which accomplishes the proposed work. And by using this one, retinal fundus images in addition to the CLAT. Coming to the fourth one, from this paper about proposing an optimal model for diabetic retinopathy, are called for our problem, intraretinal microscapular disabilities. So this is our problem description and proposed method. So here, over the time, the diabetic creates eye deficiency called intraretinal microscapular abnormalities. This type of abnormalities which cause the major loss of vision. So here the symptoms originate in retinal area and images serve as the indispensable tool for precise diagnosis of patients. So here the deep learning model which helps to identify severity level of the diabetic retinopathy. So here we are concentrating on how much severity is there. As I told, it has 4 stages are there. In the first stage, it is that means there we can cure the problem. And the second stage also, which is moderate one is there. So here the deep learning model helps to identify severity level of diabetic retinopathy, and with the accuracy outperforming PNN and CNN approaches. So here deep learning models like DNNS and CNNs, which derives solutions to this problem of gradient descent. And if you just see means clustering is applied to find the clusters. Okay. And these mechanisms are followed by image processing and classification for enhancing the accuracy of data steps and median filter. which is a non-linear digital filtering procedure, is used to remove noise, which is there in the images that we uploaded. And problems of gradient descent does not occur with deep learning methods. And using image classification is done at later stages for data with missing labels using fuzzy E-mains clustering. So reduction of noise with the median filter, and how can we enhance the images means by using this median filter and accurate data. So that CNN, convolution neural network, is the most popular neural network model being used for image classification problem. So which consists of two modules, that is a feature extraction module and classifier model. So I'll explain how this model will predict our problem in our that retinal problem. Classifier model, instead of the fully connected network of weights from each pixel, a CNN has just enough weights to look at a small patch of the image. And then the second approach, or the second one, is the CNN, the advancement of computing power with the graphic processing units and the availability of large data acquisition. Deep neural network outperforms human or other machine learning capabilities in computer vision and speech recognition tasks. So that's why we are opting DNN as a machine learning capability for this vision recognition. And these potentials are recently applied to the healthcare problems. So including computer aided detection and diagnosis. So here we are diagnosing the problem. This is prediction and image segmentation, image generation, etc. So this is our architecture, and here is the affected eye retina images which we are applying for the. Now this is the extract the statistical features from the unprocessed RCB images. So these RCB images is converted into grayscale for image fitting. So applied the edge detection for future extraction from images and binary conversion of image to highlight all the features. And here image classification done on processed image. Perform the CNN on that processed image. This is the flow of our processing. So we extract the statistical features from the unprocessed RCB image, and that image is converted into our digital equivalent, which is a grayscale image. And we are applying the edge detection and binary conversion for images. And after that, image classification, and now we are performing CNN on a processed image. So this is our, now here we are creating the model, and here I am using this TensorFlow and PyTorch as a framework, and now we can apply the input images. So before that, we are creating a model which is containing both the affected retina images and not affected retina images. And now we are uploading this one, or we are uploading this one into Anaconda frame that is prompt, which will generate or which will predict. And here we are run our prediction model, which is generated. That means how much the problem is, that means affecting the stage. So whether it is the affected to the retina or not. So it will generate a percentage. Here the probability it is showing some 0.95. So based upon that one, the problem here, it will generate both the algorithms, the score. Based upon that one, see here, the score 0.95. So which is the retina is affecting. But whereas another image, which is a non-affected retina image, the score is some 0.05. So that we can say it is that means not diseased, or it is not affected by that problem. So if the score or if the probability value is 0.9, then we can say that that particular that means retina image that from the input we are taking, that one is affected. So this paper is about proposing an optimal model for intraretinal microscopic abnormality detection. So here statistical values can be predict level of severity. But in case of noisy images, poor data will lead to lower accuracy. For better results, future selection is very important. And though both the CNN and DNN models are effective, because of CPU training time of CNN and DNN outperforms CNN for training accuracy as well as validation accuracy. And this is my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am, for the wonderful presentation. Now,
Thank you, sir.
let me unmute everyone for any questions. Okay, I request before unmuting, I think better if anyone can assist me with unmuting.
Pardon, please, sir. I'm not able to hear you.
Yeah. So if now the floor is open for question and answers. If anybody have any questions or any suggestions for Lakshmi for us for a work on, you can. The floor is now open. Any questions? Feel free to ask question. I have unmuted everyone.
Yes, sir.
Okay, let me just quickly ask you things before by the time before everyone asks. So what I wonderful presentation, ma'am. I
Thank you, sir.
am not much from ML background, but I have few doubts, maybe basic doubts, kind of it.
Okay, sir.
So a thing what I wanted to ask is like we see. Or suggestions. See,
Yes.
these retina or the scan images, you are taking it directly from. Is it like how are you taking this data of the eye images?
These are sample data which I created, sir. My
Okay.
own data set values. These are
Okay.
not from any official like hospitals like that. These are my own data set values. On that input values, we are practicing, sir.
Okay. Can you is like you have any mechanism or anything will the in medical sector will they take uh, for the images of retina?
Yes, sir. Here, CNN model, which I mentioned in the title of the paper, deep learning, that
Yeah.
deep learning GUP trans system, which we call it as the DZITS, with this pre-built conventional, where we can, that is based upon the neural networks, which
Okay.
will give the, for any type of image processing. In the olden days, we have image processing, but now
Yeah.
we are using this deep learning networks, neural networks mechanisms on
Yes.
that image classification, which will, these are pre-built functions, sir. So,
What are the major benefits of like image processing techniques and deep learning techniques kind of it? Because I see like in image processing also you can get the information, process the
yes, sir.
information, and get the
Yes.
data.
Yes. This is in terms of accuracy. We can
Okay,
say in
basically
terms of accuracy.
you will be training
Yes,
and
we
will be
have
getting.
CNN and DNS, sir. Both
Okay.
are very good in machine learning approaches, deep learning neural networks and conventional neural networks. Those two methods I am mentioning in my paper, but due to accuracy, we will go for one method, sir.
Ma'am, one more doubt is that you have taken all data basically for deep neural network. How many you need to have lot of data is what I believe, and in images you have shown only two data you have given or you would have trained the model. I just want to know in those terms how.
Yes, sir. I have created a model. That model is created based upon one affected retina image and one non-affected retina image, sir.
Will it be
Here, my
sufficient
example, I
for
have
a deep?
taken only two. So,
Okay.
if you
If you
would
want.
like to add more images, you can add, sir. In my model, I created for with that means my practice my practical session is here. I added two models which is affected that means retina image, and one is non-affected image. With that, I created a frame. We call it as a single file, which is a create model that is there in TensorFlow PyTorch, that we can create as a model. So a new image is there. Suppose a new patient is there. That means with the same problem, same symptoms. So now I have to diagnose that problem. So now this retina image is compared with this model, which I have created already.
Okay, okay.
So
Here, when we say we will be training the model,
yes,
like you should have minimum of at least 50 or 100 samples of
yes,
similar kind of retina images is what
yes,
I heard. I am not like I see
yes.
only two things which you have trained.
Yeah, sir.
So how
Yes.
can you name it as deep neural network learning and all?
Yes, sir.
There
Here
is no,
in
yeah.
my paper, that means in my work, I included only a two, but actually it is a deep neural network means there lot of. That's why I'm saying it's my own data set values. If
Okay,
it
okay.
is in a real application, there definitely it is which is containing many. So there are so many patients are there, and definitely it will be a lot of images.
Okay, okay. Yeah. So again, to make you can again work it on the same work for a different types of images.
Yes, sir.
Okay, ma'am.
For
Thank you.
advanced methods.
Yes.
Yes.
Thank you, ma'am, for your
Thank you, sir.
wonderful
Thank you.
presentation. Anybody have any other queries or suggestions so that Lakshmi ma'am can take and she can incorporate in her research work or something? Well, I don't see anyone. Okay, kindly feel free to ask anyone. Okay, I don't see anyone. Thank you, ma'am. Thank
Okay.
you for your
Thank you,
wonderful
sir.
presentation.
Okay. Thank you, sir.
Yeah, sure, ma'am, sure. You can be in the
I will be
or
in the online only. If at
okay,
all the power is goes off,
okay,
then
sure.
my
Not a issue.
connection may lost, sir.
Not a issue. Not a issue. Sure,
Okay,
ma'am.
sir.
Not a
Thank
issue.
you. Thank you for my request you are considered, and thank you. This is my very pleasure to give the presentation with eminent people like you. I
Thank
thank
you.
one and all. I thank you, sir, the coordinator who is organizing this conference also.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you. Which university you are part of, ma'am? Which college?
JNTUH, sir, Hyderabad.
Okay.
Jawaharlal Nehru
You
Technology.
you work with JNTU Hyderabad College.
Yes, sir, Hyderabad.
In the JNTU University Hyderabad campus only.
My college is JNTU affiliated, sir. My college is Mahatma Gandhi Institute of Technology, MGIT.
Oh, MGIT Hyderabad.
Which is affiliated to JNTU.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, ma'am. Nice knowing
Thank you.
you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
So, let me mute everyone. So, next presentation will be Bodhi Manish. He has requested for his presentation due to some technical glitches he may face. So, I call upon Bodhi Manish to share his screen.
Yeah. So can you see it?
Yes, Manish.
Okay. So this is good now?
Yes.
Okay. So good afternoon, everybody. And thank you for giving me the opportunity to present my work here. It's a part of my PhD, which I am doing on this, as I was saying in my introduction, Deen Dayal Upadhyay Gramin Kaushal Yojana. This is the biggest skill development program of the country, run by Ministry of Rural Development of Government of India. So I'm going to, so this is just part of my research, and it essentially talks about how post-placement services means a candidate who gets training, and after training is supposed to get employment in a formal sector in different industry, and after getting the employment, what kind of support services are required to strengthen the retention and to strengthen their further livelihood options. So I've organized my presentation into introduction and what are the main challenges faced by beneficiaries and what kind of recommendations I have for the government to implement in their policy. So recommendations are in form of conclusion only. So just to start with this, Deen Dayal Upadhyay Gramin Kaushal Yojana, GDU-GKY, is the biggest skill development program for rural youth aged between 18 to 35 years. And this program is run by Ministry of Rural Development as part of Skill India initiative. So according to this program, this is run in public-private partnership. So the government gives grants through a state government. They identify private training providers, could be NGO, it could be college, it could be institution, or it could be also a private limited company like Apollo Skills. So they get the grant and they train candidate and they have to place. So 70% of those trained candidates have to have employment. So this presentation is about post-employment. Once they get the job placement, what are the challenges faced by them? And what makes job retention hard for youth? And what can be done at central and state level to promote retention in the job? So and we conducted one survey among 500 candidates who got the job. So they find affordable accommodation is #1 challenge. And here, we are talking about people who are, getting entry-level job. So, minimum wage, of course, every state has, different minimum wage, but on an average, it's between 7,000 to 9,000 rupees. So in that amount, having a decent accommodation is one of the biggest challenge. And of course, every cities have, like cities like Chandigarh, where rents are very high. So this becomes a big challenge for candidate. And also once candidate get the job, they don't have some sort of directory or some sort of information on different rent available rent information. So this is #1 challenge. Another challenge is transportation. So many candidates, of course, when they get the job, employers arrange them accommodation, and they also arrange pick up and drop. But not all the industry and all the sectors have this kind of services. According to our survey, only 20% candidate had this transportation available. All others have to arrange their own transportation. So this is another barrier. The third challenge we identified the budget. And think about someone who has never worked in life, and then he gets a job or she starts earning salary. They don't know how to manage their money in initial months. So in having this financial literacy or lack of financial literacy is the biggest challenge. The fourth challenge, we found unfamiliarity with the world of work. Of course, all these candidates, they get some sort of soft skill training, how to report at work, how to manage workplace conflict, how to handle your supervisor, your colleagues. But still, those trainings are not perfect. So what we have found out that even they have those training during this vocational training period, but still they find problem in terms of coping with the workplace demand because they don't know how to deal with their stress. They don't know how to talk nicely with their boss, their supervisor. They end up having some sort of conflict, and in many instances they also end up leaving the job. So this is another challenge we identified. Majority of these jobs are entry-level jobs, and after this job, these candidates, they don't have any career ladder. Just for example, if someone is a security guard in your housing society or at some ATM, there is no institutional effort to support them if the security guard can upgrade his or her career and get better job. The guard can remain a guard for 20 years, 25 years. So this is another big bottleneck we have. So in forms of conclusion and what we would like to recommend, that making post-placement services and retention as one of the key elements of their skill development agenda. Because right now it's only training, only input, training is the main skill development agenda in the country. But if you really want to see the training should translate to a job, and job should translate to a long-term livelihood option. To make that happen, we need to have post-placement and job retention as important element of any program design. Currently, if you apply for a grant to any government department against skill development, in general or in particular this DDU GKY, your mandate is to train X number of people and 70% should be placed. There are no payment incentive to retention. So after the survey and based on my study, I would like to recommend the government should have job placement retention as one of the basis of payment criteria to service a service provider. Post-placement tracking and retention. Again, so after having the job, candidates should be tracked at least once in 3 months or 12 months. So total, we need to have at least 4 tracking once in every 3 months for a year, so that we know that what happens to any candidate who got a job. And this is very important. So our current MIS of any skill development only talks about how many got enrolled in the training, how many completed the training, and how many got the job. We need to have another indicator, how many have kept the job for how many months. So this is another element we would like to suggest. NMMU, people who don't know, so NMMU means National Management Unit. So this unit is of all experts and livelihood professionals situated at Ministry of Rural Development in Delhi. They should be acting as a knowledge facilitator to promote best practices, focusing on post-placement services and support, and then suggesting to the government, state government, and central government how to define service standards to facilitate and include post-placement as an important milestone to a job retention strategy. So any comment you have, any questions?
Thank you, Manish ji. Let me just unmute people. Yeah, I've unmuted all so that you can ask any questions or queries you would feel for Mr. Manish. Well, I have some queries, Mr. Manish.
Yeah, sure.
Actually, yeah, wonderful presentation you gave. Here you were talking about on can you still share the screen and go back to the
Yeah,
conclusions part?
yeah, yeah, sure. Yeah.
Yeah, thank you, Manish. So, the query which I was talking on was like whether this monitoring is still monitoring is happening or not properly with respect to DDU GKY in government initiative is first thing, and what is the type of monitoring are they doing, or how many beneficiaries have they, like, have they recognized, or what are they doing with respect to training and placements, and what are the uh, other type of activities DDU GKY is promoting? Because I don't have much idea, or I have not
Yeah,
gone
sure.
through this DDU GKY, that's why.
So, so as you may be aware about Skill India, right?
Yes,
Which is
yes.
a new initiative started by our current government, right?
Uh-huh.
So GTU GKY, if you map out the entire skill development ecosystem in the country,
Uh-huh.
GTU GKY comes out of SGSY special project.
Okay.
SGSY special a project was part of National Rural Livelihood Mission,
Okay.
which was started by the previous government. And even before that, you go Ministry of Rural Development had this IRDP, poverty alleviation strategies and all. So it has around 40 years of history, started in early 80s, but now the skill development program of Ministry of Rural Development is known as GDU GKY.
Okay.
The mandate of this program is to you identify a rural BPL youth who is from 18 to 35 years of age. They should be from below poverty line, or they should have identified by the SSG group. As you have heard about, many World Bank sponsored livelihood programs of this rural livelihood. So a village, committee in the village should identify the youth from their village to eligible for this program. So there are 6-7 specific, criteria who are eligible for this, and this is run in partnership with private entities. So the role of the private entities is they apply for project to a state government. A state government scrutinize that project,
Okay.
and then they select the private training companies, college, universities. I mean, it could be anyone. There are certain the criteria who can apply for this project,
Okay.
and then they get the project. In terms of monitoring, the ministry has 2 agencies appointed. One is called National Institute of Rural Development, based in Hyderabad, NIRD.
Okay.
And second one is called NABCONS. NABCONS is NABCONS. NABCONS is a part of NABARD. Okay.
Okay.
So these 2 agencies have mandate to do appraisal of any project submitted by private parties.
Okay.
They also do monitoring, and they are the one who submit report to a state department and government department, and based on that report, the government makes a decision. So coming to your question, of course there is a monitoring, but right now monitoring is only on how many got trained and how many got placed.
Okay.
After placement, what happens to them? Monitoring agency, they don't know. The government, they don't know. The person might have dropped out of job in just 2 months. We don't know.
Okay.
So the whole attempt here of my work is to also identify the importance of those post-placement services. which should be important part of this, government public service delivery.
Okay, okay, wonderful. What is the monetary benefits basically that private organizations will be getting because of this of training?
So, just to give you a example, so government approves
Is
three
it like
kinds.
under PMKVY?
No, it's no. It's different. In fact, under DDU GKY, you can do 3 months of training program. You can do 6 months of training program, or you can do 9 months or 12 months of training program.
Okay.
If you take, just for example, 3 months, you get as per the cost norm set up by government of India. So every trade has different rate. For example, any trade in IT would have around 40 rupees per hour or some sort of rate. So but on an average, you have around 30,000 rupees for 3 months of training. For 6 months of training, you have around 50,000 rupees. And for 12 months of training, you have around 1 lakh of support.
Okay.
In that money, you have certain part for certification, you have certain part for training, and you have certain part for their daily convenience, their uniform, their study material. So it has a different component included in this total amount.
That's great. Okay, okay.
Yeah.
So is it DDU GKY? Like, is it for all the states?
Yes, all the state.
Okay, wonderful. Yeah. We may not look into all this.
Of course, I mean, I can see the a profile of the scholars. They are mostly from the science background, hardcore science. So I'm sure it looks very a strange topic for all of us in this group.
Correct.
But people who deal with rural poverty and public policy, I think for them it's quite familiar subject.
Okay. Yeah. True. Thank you, Manish, for enlightening us with DDU GKY and your work on it. And do anyone have any other questions would like to shoot for Manish? I think I've unmuted all. You can unmute and ask if you have any questions. Okay, I think no one is asking. We'll go ahead with our next presentation. It will be Soumyadeep Ghosh for the next presentation. Again, due to some technical issues, he requested. So, Soumyadeep, you can share your screen over here.
Yeah, is the screen visible?
No. Can you do it again? It's not it. I started. Okay, if not, you can share. You can mail me also. I can share it for you, Soumyadeep.
Yeah. Is this still not visible?
No. Oh yeah, it's visible now. It's visible. Okay, it was visible.
Okay, sure. Good afternoon, everyone. My paper is on eye bleed detection for paralyzed. So, prepare a human computer interface using eye blink detection for a completely paralyzed patient. As we paralyzed people don't have ability to move their body parts, they're completely unable to move. The only part of their body that moves is the eye blinks. So to control the command efficiently, we are using a eye blink. Eye blink can be used thoroughly with various tools. There are various systems available these days that have built-in webcams. The web camera is used to read a live view. So we propose a system where by using a webcam, communicate to others through eye blinks. So we are using track the presence of human face in a digital video frame. For face tracking, in the previous companies use hierarchical classifier to use the capturing of the face to localize the face in the video. Adaptive cascade classifier from cascade or boost classifier is used to take the relationship between the eyes and the facial axis applied for the positioning the eyes. Shows that the method can even work in film application. For an eye tracking system to work efficiently, a feature of detection that controls interface which provides an alternative solution for the people who are suffering for several severe physical disabilities to communicate using the proposed system for detecting and tracking eye movements. So the main of this project is ease of communication. Past people have hard time communicating with the caretaker or the nurse. Even nurse or the
Sorry for
caretaker have
interrupting. Hello, sorry for interrupting. Can you share me the slide? I can share it for you over here. I think a little bit technical issues are there, so that yeah, you can just talk, so I can share the screen for you. You can
okay, I'll
please
send you.
mail me the presentation, or you can put it in chat box also. You can upload in chat box. You can upload a file in chat box. I can
Okay.
you can upload it in chat box. I can download and share it for you here.
Okay.
So well, Samadip,
send
by the
the
mail
file.
you know, I have not yet received.
Send in the chat.
Yeah, in the chat box you can uh, send it to me personally.
Did you receive it?
No. If it is there in a mail, you can just forward it to my mail address also. I have shared my mail address. Anything is fine.
Yeah.
If send to mail, let me know so I can open the mail address. Both, anything is fine.
Yeah. Can you?
So others, if you have any other network issues also, please and any sharing issues, kindly you mail it to me, your presentation, so I can share it for you. I have shared my mail address to everyone, I believe. If not, I'll just do it once again if you have missed it. Okay, it is prof.rravikumar@gmail.com. So who have any like anyone have any technical issues, please share your presentation so I can share the screen for you, so that you can just be, you know, that there won't be any much technical issues by that. Samitip, Ashton didn't receive the presentation. Any? Can we go ahead with the next presentation? You can come up. After this, by the time you send the mail or I receive it, we can just get back to you for the next presentation. So, fine, right? Hello? Samidip, are you okay? We'll go back to the first presentation for the day. I'll call upon Shweta, the first presenter. I mean, for the next presentation. Shweta, are you online?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I'm online. Can you hear me?
Yeah. You can share the screen, Shweta. Samidip, you can go next. I'll mute all. Shweta, you can unmute yourself. I have unmuted you. Yeah. Please.
Can you hear me, sir?
Yeah, we can hear you. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. My topic is on seismic analysis of RC structures. RC structures on varying percentage of diaphragm discontinuity and without shear walls. And this is the content of my presentation. Introduction to my presentation. Many buildings in the present scenario have irregular configurations. When they undergo on earthquakes, the damage occurred to the building, so it's necessary to understand the performance of the structure. And roof and floor are play important role in distributing the lateral loads. In newly constructed slabs, the location of openings should be designed even before construction of the building. Opening in the diaphragms are unavoidable, and presence will modify the behavior of the diaphragm. Diaphragm discontinuity. Diaphragm is a structure used to transfer lateral loads. Opening in diaphragm is created for various purposes like staircases, elevators, architectural purposes, etc. Diaphragm discontinuity changes the stiffness and also affect the normal response of the structure. Shear wall is constructed to withstand the bending moments of the structure. It's usually constructed between the columns. Shear walls affect the stiffness of the buildings, and it is very important for earthquake resistant designs. These are the literature reviews which I have referred for my project. These are the objectives of my project. First, I have developed the model with varying percentages of opening. The percentages I have selected for the project is 0%, 11.11, 11%, and 22.22%, and 44.44%. To now have selected 3 cases with shear wall, without shear wall, with shear wall at corners, and with shear wall at center and periphery of the building. And the methods I have selected is equivalent static analysis and response spectrum analysis. All this analysis is done in ETABS. And different parameters I have selected for the analysis of model are time period, story shear, and story displacement, and story tract. This is the methodology of the project. First, we have created models in ETABS, and I have done equivalent static analysis and response spectrum analysis. Then the parametric study of created 4 models with 3 different cases. In overall, there are 12 models to be analyzed, and 4 models with different percent and 3 cases of shear walls at different location of the building. These are the parameters taken for the study. The overall dimension of the building is 30 by 30 cross building. Story height selected is 3.2 meters, and the other parameters are shown in the screen. These are the parameters for developing the models with different percentages and different locations of the shear walls. This is the project demonstration of different models. In total, there are 12 models. Without opening, this is the model 1 with a 0% of slab opening and no shear wall is present. And this is 0% opening and shear wall at corners. This is 0% of opening, shear wall at corners and periphery of the building. This is model 2 with 11.11% of slab opening and without shear wall. and this is 11.11% of building with shear wall at corners, and the other case is with shear wall at corners and center of the building. This is model 3 with 22.22% opening and no shear wall, and with shear wall at the corner with shear wall at center and corner of the building. This model 4 with 44.44% opening without shear wall. This is with shear wall and corners and with shear wall center and periphery. These are the results which I have got from the project. First, come to time period. Time period is an inherent property of the building. Any alterations made in time period will change the time period. According to standard codes, the maximum time period of the building is 8 seconds. But the maximum time period I have got here is 1.55 seconds, which is less than the maximum time period. And with introduction of shear wall, the time period of the building has got reduced. This is a maximum shear graphs showing on the screen. The shear is the lateral force acting on the building. The shear depends upon the heaviness of the building and stiffness of the building. The shear is less at the top and high in the bottom. It is observed that the shear wall has higher base shear, and then without shear wall, the base shear is very less. Next, coming to the results of story displacement. Story displacement is the displacement of the building with respect to the base of the building. By introduction of shear wall, it reduces the displacement of the building. The displacement value is higher at the top story and less in the bottom story of the building. This is the graphs related to story displacement with equivalent static analysis, and these are the models with graphs at showing response spectrum analysis. Next, coming to story drift results. Story drift is the displacement of one story with respect to other story. For all the buildings, the story drift for building without shear wall is high. By introduction of shear wall, it produces stiffness and reduces the drift. The maximum shear wall according to the code is 0.134. But the maximum shear obtained is very much more than the limits provided by the code. So we can say that the building models are safe against all these earthquake parameters. And the conclusions from the project is that with introduction of shear wall, the seismic parameters show very much a positive results. For all RC models, the base shear and all the other seismic parameters, equivalent static analysis gave much better results than response spectrum analysis. It's also concluded that the percentages here have taken 0% and other percentages show that the building is rigid structure, and as it is less than 50%, time period obtained here for all the buildings is within the limits, that is the maximum limit compared by using codes. The story drift is also within the limits, that is 0.004 H as per the codal provision. For all the RC structures, the seismic parameters are found to show better results by introduction of shear wall in RC frame structures. These are the reference which I have referred, and that's all. Thank you.
Thank you for the presentation, Shweta. Let me just unmute if anyone have any questions.
Yes, sir, sure.
You have unmuted all. You can unmute yourself and ask any questions you have. Anybody have any questions? Okay, so Shweta, can you just go back to your conclusion slide once?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. So, I am actually not from civil background. Maybe sometime it may feel as a weird question. Also, don't mind.
Okay.
So I just wanted to ask, uh, uh, like, what is the significance of this work? How will it be applicable in the society? We like and with respect to the second question, what is this different percentage you have taken from 0 to 44 percentage, and what is the significance of it? You have used that. Can you just explain me on those applicability of the model which you have done point of view in the practical applications point of view?
Sir, normally the openings in the slabs are unusual. Only for high-rise buildings, which they use like shafts, architectural purposes, and some irregular and unsymmetric buildings, the openings are usual thing. So when openings are present in a building, the building do not behave regular as the normal building. Normally, a building do not have any opening or anything like that. But when an opening is present in an building,
Okay.
the behavior is irregular compared to the normal building. My project is like how a building behaves when an opening is present with like different percentages, like 0% how a building behaves, and 11, 22, and 44% how a building behaves, because it is different from the behavior of the normal building. So I have taken, and the percentages I have taken is my building dimensions are like my building dimensions are like 30 by 30 building. When I take off like center to there are total 5 bays of the building. When I take the center portion of the building, and it constitutes that 11.11% of the whole building. So I have taken this 11.11%, and when I remove the center 4 and the corners blocks, then I get percentages like 22.22%. So I have taken the second percentage, and that when I take the corner to middle portion and the center to base, then I get 44.44%. So for symmetrical study of the project, I have chosen that percentage.
Okay. So you mean you won't build anything like only in the top portion will it be open or complete?
Oh, complete, because when a lift is present in provided in such buildings, that lift should go from top to bottom. So I have
Okay.
provided from top to bottom the opening.
Okay. So those places you're talking about the lift and lift.
Different purposes.
Okay, fine. And advantage of this, in basically in civil or I mean, what I understand is people don't like to waste even a square foot of land.
Yes, sir.
But
See,
removing complete, 11% of the building, builders. I feel like I could have constructed 10 or 15 buildings and I could have made money. I mean, I'm just thinking, talking in a practical way.
sir, that openings are not like just like that. They provide some other things like lift or staircase or elevators for architectural purposes. They may provide some lighting types of things or like that. They'll use that place for some other thing. Then it's not like they'll just leave that place just like that.
Okay. Basically, some discontinuity you're talking about
Yes,
making it
yes, sir. Yes,
some.
sir. Just like buildings frame discontinuity, I don't mean that all that place will be left empty without usage. They'll use
Okay.
that place for some other thing.
Okay. So the main use of this removing space, you're telling that seismic stability will be more.
No, sir.
I didn't understand.
By introducing this openings, the stiffness, the strength of the buildings will be reduced. When that such strength will be when we remove some part of the building away from the building, the behavior changes and the strength also weakens.
Yeah.
So
Okay.
such
So
building, how it behaves in during earthquakes, because the earthquake is like some extreme thing that can
yes,
happen to a building. So the
yes.
behave to study that.
Okay, okay. Can you come back to your conclusion? But I saw somewhere like seismic behavior, so I was like, I just got that doubt in your last slide. I saw somewhere like seismic behavior, so I couldn't. Okay, yeah. First, what is that? It is found that intrusion of shear walls and the stiffness increases, and hence there will be reduction in magnitude of seismic parameters. So you tell, yeah, you're telling there is a reduction in magnitude of seismic parameters.
Yes, sir.
You're talking that vibrations will be, and it is good for earthquake point of view.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
So you mean a lot of damping will be availed in this particular buildings or something? Or what? How exactly it
This
can?
is like a shear wall structure, sir. I have also introduced the shear wall structure in the building. Normally, these shear walls are included in the building to resist the earthquakes, because the earthquakes affect the ground motion of the building. When we introduce this shear wall, this will act as supporting the building from the base of the building to top of the building. It's like protection brace to the building. This shear wall.
Okay, okay.
So by introduction of shear wall, I'm talking about two things: openings in the building and introduction of shear wall at
Shear
different
wall.
places.
Okay, okay.
So by introducing this shear wall into the building, we can protect the building during the earthquake.
Oh, okay, wonderful. Fine, fine, fine. Sounds good, ma'am. Thank you for clearing doubts. Anybody have any simple query also? You feel free to ask, because this is basically an interdisciplinary conference. As I already said, like you have platform people from different background, science, technology, management, and humanities, all backgrounds. We have people from different technologies, the different venues. So you can share or you can ask question. Don't feel uh, like to ask. Do please to ask any. Do feel free to ask questions. Okay, as nobody is still unmuting themselves and asking any question, we'll go for our next presentation. Thank you, Shweta, for the wonderful presentation. Yeah, yeah. So Midip, you can
Thank you, sir.
present. I'll
Yeah.
share you the presentation.
Okay.
Yes, Samidip.
Yeah. I'll start. So I'll start again. Our
You
paper
can,
is on.
yeah, you can start.
So my paper is on eye blink detection for paralyzed. To propose a human-computer interface using eye blink detection for a completely paralyzed patient. In paralysis, the ability to control muscles movement around the eye is limited. Therefore, the only way for a patient to communicate is through blinks. Eye blinks is a natural motion of the eye. Control commands can be efficiently used as an eye blink used through various tools. There are various systems available these days that have built-in webcams. Webcams is used to read a live video. We then use the received input to decode what the user intends to communicate. The voluntary eye blinks detected by the interface are interpreted as commands, which are used to selected as a number for the users. You can go to the next slide.
Yeah.
Introduction.
Sorry. Yeah.
You can go to introduction. Next. So we here propose a system where by using face tracking, we can detect the presence of a human face in digital video frame. For face tracking, hard cascade classifier is used. It's an algorithm to detect a face through a live video feed. Adapting hard cascade classifier from cascade or boosted classifier is used to detect the relation between eyes and the facial axis, which is applied for the position of the eyes. The results of the algorithm shows the proposed method can efficiently work in real-time application. To work the eye tracking system efficiently, a feature of eye blink detection that controls an interface which provides an alternative solution for the people who are suffering from severe physical abilities to communicate using the proposed system for detecting and tracking the eye movements. Next slide, please. You can go to the next slide. There are a few other papers who have applied the same they use the same eye blink detection, where the objective is to, for instance, in the system to monitor a paralyzed human so that he or she can operate home appliances. Some of their projects have some limitation, like it has a decrease in low dynamic condition, and the webcam should always be in the line of sight with eye of the patient. The other one showed that it low blink rate and various brightness of light. Previous systems had problem with the lighting issues and the localizing of the face. Our paper, like our project, is better. We can say that because the camera can operate in better lighting and it has better accuracy. Next slide, please. So the objective of this project: paralyzed people have hard time communicating with the caretaker or the nurse. Even nurse have sometimes hard time understanding what they're actually trying to say. So we are proposing a system where it can be operated by the patient with the eye blinks, and it helps in communicating between the patient and the nurse. People with financial constraints. Some of the companies we know develop technologies that are controlled by the eye movement. This major companies like implement hardwares into their product and gets more expensive. And for some people, it is very hard to get those devices. So a variety of low-end computers can be used for this project. The only requirement for this project is normal webcam, which is very cheaper than any other product and financial class as well. Resources for the systems. The computer uses computer vision and hard cascade to detect person's eye blinks. Next slide, please. So this architect of our project, we can see we'll face a camera towards the patient, which will detect the face detection first, then localize the face and detect the eye. Those inputs will be taken and pass it to the software, which will be running and will detect face detection, eye detection, and a virtual keyboard will be present to them, where number of blinks and will be given, and you have to select by the user what they want. You can go to the next slide. Next slide. Next one. So this is the virtual keyboard will appear on their screen. So there are 1 to 12 numbers. Each numbers will be highlighted. It will be traveling throughout 1 to 12. So let's say the patient wants water. So this highlighted white box will be toggling. It will from 1 to 2 it will move, and the patient has to blink his eyes to tell that he wants water. When the patient blinks, it will stop at 2, and the nurse will get to know the patient wants water. Next slide, please. So here we are using frame capturing and grayscale conversion. The first step of the proposed system in the initialization of the web camera. After taking short video of the participant face using the front camera of the laptop, a process frame method will be used to create the frames for the captured video using OpenCV. OpenCV here used is because it will turn the video into the black and white, which is known as grayscale. It's help in computing fast all the data which was taken, and it gives a clear image to the software, and it consumes less data. Next slide, please. Then we're using face detection using hard-casted classifier. We use the patent models available within OpenCV located in the data folder. We have obtained a code which will use the patent models to detect the face and eyes in the image. Here we are using HeaderBoost, which helps us select the best features out of 16,000 features. Facial landmark detection is a two-step process. Localize the face in the image, detect the key features in the face, such as eyes, nose, and ears. For detecting features, we inbuilt a function available within the Python dlib called psecond. Face align. This method starts by using a training set facial landmark or the image, which can normally mark with the probability of distance between sets of input pixel. Next. Then we use eye blink detection. After implementing face alignment, the eye over the ears has been localized. Further, we extract the eye with the help of the pixels. Each eye is represented by the coordinates. Using this AR eye aspect ratio, we can determine eye location and blinks and calculate numbers of blinks accordingly. The light from webcam is given to eye blink detection module. This is OpenCV and machine learning library to extract the information. Eye localization followed by thresholding to discover whites of eye and then determining if a white region disappeared for a period of time, indicating a blink. We use EAR eye aspect ratio, which is fast, proficient, and very simple to implement and provides a solution based on the great calculation of ratio of distance between landmarks of eyes. We have 6 points when coincide we observe a blink. We use this set threshold to 3 blinks. The eye blinks are used as the main part of the project. In this eye blink detection, a particular key from 1 to 12 is highlighted. After a blink, the key is selected. Next slide, please. So eye blink is used to select a number on the virtual keyboard that is displayed on the keyboard, which is has a number 1 to 12 on it. When the first blink is detected, a particular key on the screen is highlighted, and after 3 consecutive blinks, the number is selected. We can also check if the system is able to detect different kinds of eyes or not. For the experiments, we recorded 3 participants performing trials. 2 trials were recorded for each participant. If a participant blinked and the algorithm did not detect the blink, it was classified as a miss. The algorithm detected a blink and the participant did not blink when it considered as a false positive. In test case 1, the patient did not blink and hence no key was selected. This shows what the system did not detect an eye blink. In test case 2, the patient blinked once and the number was highlighted. In another test case, we checked the output for a potential wearing glasses. When that potential blinked, the number was selected. That proves that blink was detected, even though the person was wearing glasses. While performing the experiment, we noticed that 8.2% of blinks were missed, whereas 2% of blinks were falsely detected. Overall, the blink detection algorithm has an accuracy rating of 90.7%. Next slide, please. So the aim of this project is to bring out of a solution for the paralyzed patient to communicate without causing harm to their body externally or intentionally. This is also a helpful tool for those who cannot use keyboard physically. This is better than previously developed prototype because none of the components are in direct contact with the patient body. Hence, it's market, which are very expensive because the hardware like EEG handsets, while our system requires only webcam and Python programming. Cost of the prototypes which cost were developed by the companies are $99 to $1,000, and the we created which is cost between only $7.65. Therefore, our system provides more efficient and cost-effective solution to the paralyzed patients. Thank you. That's all from my side.
Thank you for the presentation. Let me just unmute everyone. Well, if anybody have any doubts or queries, kindly ask. Okay. Well, Samidip, only two model you have worked, only two sets samples you have created for this.
Yeah. So these two samples are the most important part in this project to localize the face of the user and to detect the eye from the face.
And what
These
is
are
the
only
software
two things
you have
required for
created,
the.
like in the architecture?
Sorry.
What is the software which which you use?
By we used Python dlib, where we capture the video, it analyzes and shows us a virtual keyboard.
Okay. This is basically for making it virtual keyboard. Is it software which this one you use it in Python? Okay. Like and are you also planning for this machine learning also in this, including this? Are you including machine learning? Can you hear me?
Machine learning is the idea. So
Yeah.
I'm able to hear you.
Okay.
Machine learning, yeah, we're trying to apply because we're having some problem right now for using machine. We need more data to process.
Okay.
So if we get more trials with the patients, so we can use machine learning also. So it can
So this
to only recognize the faces.
So basically, you did this by
like
using
the
image processing MATLAB.
Not exactly.
Okay.
So system needs to be trained. We don't have so much of resources, so only 2 or 3 trials we could conduct.
Okay. Trials in the sense, like on which platform was it conducting trials? On the software which you have developed, or like any? I didn't understand this part.
Trials means the system needs to recognize the face, right? So we could get only 2 or 3 to use it. The system needs to be trained to capture the face of a user.
Okay. Fine, Samidip. Thank you. Do include. I think this is a wonderful work. If you can just plan somewhere like machine learning and other new artificial intelligence training module and all the new technologies which is developing nowadays in this current scenario, it will be like you can really implement it and go out for the market, and it will be very much useful
Yes,
for
sir.
society. Thank you for your wonderful work. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah. So nobody have any queries or nobody has any questions, we'll just move on to our next presentation. So we have Mr. Arif who will be presenting next. He has again some technical issues. I'll be sharing the screen for Arif here. Arif,
Yes,
you there? Yeah.
yes. Maybe
Yeah,
my network is not slowly network, so I cannot showing my presentation.
Oh, okay. No, not issue.
Maybe you can help me.
Yeah, yeah. I'll be sharing your presentation.
This can play automatically.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. I'll share your presentation.
Thank you very much. So thank you very much.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. This is your presentation, right?
Right. This is my presentation.
Yes, yes. I'm just increasing. 1 second. Yeah. You're there?
Hello.
Yeah, yeah. We can hear you.
So you can play this presentation for me.
I will play this presentation for you.
No, but showing in playing presentation like showing presentation playing.
Yeah, yeah. You can continue. So.
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm thanks and glad to all, and then introduce. My name is Eko Arif Saifuddin, and then I will present about alternative tool orientation strategy increase effectiveness of machining area in 5-axis vertical milling based on Basetot model. This is my research in under promote of Professor Dr. Ganjar Kiswanto and Professor Dr. Aryo Sunarabaskoro, and is doing on Laboratory of Manufacturing Technology and Automation Department of Mechanical Engineering Universitas Indonesia, Depok, Indonesia. So maybe next.
Yeah, yeah, I'm doing it. Yeah. We can't able to hear you. Sorry. Eric, Arif, we are not able to hear you.
I
Yeah,
don't
yeah.
know.
Yes, yes, we can hear you now.
Yes, sir. With that presentation we send to you is can play automatically. Maybe just press F5 or maybe showing presenting, not like is showing by PowerPoint. Hello, sir.
Able to hear you. Please go ahead.
Next slide, please. Hello.
Please go ahead. Not an issue.
I cannot see. Sorry, I cannot see presentation on my screen. Sorry.
No, we are. I am sharing. I think others are able to see your screen, Arif. Anybody else facing any? Everyone are able to see the presentation, right?
No, it is not showing.
Yes, sir, but he said that continue with next slide. So continue with the enable editing, and then you can go to the next slide.
Yeah. Sure. Arif, please let me know if I want to go for next slide. Yeah.
In my presentation is automatically playing, but here I can sharing presentation because my network slowly so the data not faster. And okay, now we show here the model we're using for testing about my strategy in 5-axis peripheral milling. And then first for the first model is saddle surface, and the second model in any curved back model, and the third model like you saw right below, and the model with the concave and convex model, convex model. Sorry, I mean. Okay, next slide. This key of strategy how we make about CC point. CC point and machining. The machining is blank. It cannot be seen about surface. So we must control of tool path orientation for the strategy on peripheral milling. This meaning for the first, we can show the determinant of surface model and triangulation of surface model. This is shown by CAD software and produced by them. So after that, we mapping coordinate STL data and then calculation tool length to make slicing tool path step on surface. Then after that, determinant of CC point and normal vector of CC point. And then after that, characteristic of normal vector. Is this normal vector characteristic analysis by around normal vector? And then determinant of initial tool orientation. Initial orientation has been produced on paper before and presented on ICMA MA conference in 2017 in Malaysia. Okay, next. Now, so we have a roll surface. That roll surface is STL code, like the picture. In the STL code of the roll surface is regularly, but the sculpture surface is not regularly. So for the conducted it, we must arrange the data to the database. The intersection between slicing plane on the surface, it will make some CC point. In this CC point, it have feed direction vector and normal vector. Then it will be tool path organization. Then after tool path organize about this, we can making peripheral orientation. Okay, next slide. Just follow. Sorry. I mean, this slide show to all about how I found CC point and then make them to the orientation toolpath. And coordinate is calculating by MATLAB software. Here we are show for the surface shadow and produce CC point and normal vector and then fit vector direction by red arrow and then normal vector by blue arrow on the surface. We can see. Here, how to make orientation of peripheral. The peripheral orientation we make intersection between normal vector and field direction vector. And after we found the normal vector, so we can intersection to the field vector. So we get tool orientation vector. The tool orientation vector will be initial to the peripheral milling tool. Okay, next, please. After we produce about initial tool orientation, so next we produce about toolpath organization. This toolpath organization have some idea where the CC point will be okay. Here, so we can see about how detection interference between surface and the tool. If we found some triangle data that will be collision on the tool, it will be get to database. Then database will be reading with area 2R and T. So the behind of the tool, the data collision will be will be touched and there will be try to the intersection avoiding. Okay, next slide, please. Here, inclination limit of the peripheral tool, it must be under 19 degree of collision. The inclination of tool is not be much more than 90 degree because is interference is alternative orientation is reverse tool. That's the meaning. We can see on the picture. This is orientation toolpath strategy in feeding direction A and feeding direction B. Because we limit inclination under 19 degree, so we have and we make two direction to toolpath orientation. Okay, next. It will be showing three-dimensional presenting about algorithm all, and then proven our algorithm has a work. So it presented in MATLAB software and the three-dimensional data. Okay, next. That's peripheral milling tested on surface model, all surface model, and is have video mode. Maybe on next slide. This is presenting a holder and tool, like imaginary holder and tool, where the machining, it must be conclude with that. Sorry, easy scan play maybe the three-dimensional. Is simulation showing to us about peripheral milling in overall surface? If we find inclination more than 90 degrees, it will reverse orientation like a yellow toolpath on the video model. Okay, after all algorithm must be working, so we classified of tool orientation in for direction fit 1 F1 and then for fit direction 2 F2. Okay, maybe next slide. Here we presented about all of peripheral surface. That's meaning any some missing area is cannot be to peripheral, and this missing area not capable to peripheral milling is will be showing to non-machinability peripheral. Okay, next, please. This is our conclusion. The maximum area after two orientation peripheral milling is capable. That's showing like a blue on the surface, and not capable is showing like color in the surface. And if we presented with a table, it's more than 80%. It can be surface. It can be milling by peripheral. Okay, next.
Well,
okay, this is our research all. Thank you very much for your attention. Thank you very much.
Thank you. So I'll just unmute the participants. If anyone have any doubts or any clarifications, they can just ask out here. Anybody have any doubts?
If anyone to more detail, maybe my presentation can be shared to anyone.
Yeah, I will. If anybody needs, they can get back to the mail address. We can share the presentation, and you can connect it to him on the personal note. Thank you for the presentation. So we'll go to our next presentation for the day. Do we have presentation too?
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Kumar.
Thank you, sir, for joining. So do we have Pav Katyal, the second presenter? Aditya M. Aditya M. Pav Katyal. Presenter 2 and presenter 3, serial number 2 and serial number 3. Pav Katyal and Pav Katyal. Evaluation of fatigue of merit of thermoelectric material using machine learning. Title. Okay, do we have Aditya M? The effect of variable electrolyte thickness, lithium metal. Okay, fine. We'll go. Do we have? I think Manish is here. We'll go with our next presentation. Manish is done. Present. Sorry, Manish Kumar. Will. I think here fourth presentation is done. Fifth presenter. Okay. We have. Money with us. Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Sir.
Yeah, Money. You can share the screen. Money.
So everyone, is it
Yes,
visible?
we are able to visit. We are able to see.
Okay. So today, good evening to one and all. My presentation is about fatigue crack growth analysis of semi-elliptical crack in thin pipes when subjected to internal pressure. So I am guided by Cheng Ying Lo. So I will explain about the introduction, problem description, methodology, results and discussion, and finally we will conclude it. So introduction. So normally fracture is considered as the breakage of bonds in a material, where fatigue is said as the weakening of material due to periodic loading. If a crack is present in a material, the toughness and strength of the material are compromised. So it is known that material is never flawless. They may exist due to manufacturing errors, metallurgical discontinuity, and due to fatigue. Mostly the failures in piping components, pressure vessels, and storage tanks are due to fatigue loading. Such failures need local stress analysis to guarantee the integrity of the component under fatigue. When the structures are in service, they may fail due to fatigue. In order to avoid the structure from failing, continuous maintenance or periodic maintenance should be done. So normally, in order, there are three types or three modes of fracture where a material can undergo. So there are three modes. Mode 1 describes about the mode 1 is called as opening mode. It occurs when a load is applied normal to the crack plane. Mode 2 is the in plane shear, whereas mode 3 is the out of plane shear. So normally a cracked body can be loaded in any of the above modes or a combination of 2 or 3 modes. The stress intensity factor is usually given a subscript to denote the mode of loading. So generally the material will not fail once the crack is present. It will fail once the stress intensity factor reaches the fracture toughness. Then the material will fail. So in this analysis, I had done on mode 1. So this is a problem description. This presentation mainly explains about the fatigue crack growth behavior in a carbon steel pipe when subjected to internal pressure. So in this analysis, I had considered 4 crack orientations. Here you can see the crack orient geometry and material. So you can see the crack orientation. You can see the 4 types of cracks. Crack positioning. You can see picture C. It is the external circumferential crack on the pipe, and D, internal circumferential crack, where the crack is located internally. And the next one you can see the external axial crack, and final one is the internal axial crack. And these are the pipe dimensions. This is the length of the pipe. We applied the internal pressure, and in this analysis the thickness is carried out for 3 mm, and this is the crack orientation. You can see that A is the crack depth. So the initial crack depth is 1 millimeter and the final crack depth is 2 millimeter. So A is kept constant between the 1 and 2 millimeter, whereas the difference between the final and the initial will be the 0.2. And the material employed here is SA333 grade 6 carbon steel. This material is used in pressurized heavy water resources in India, and this material is good for is very ductile and strong with long wearable properties. And this material is used in automobile sector, oil and gas, power plants, shipbuilding. So normally, in order to calculate the life cycle of the material, I had choose the factor stress intensity factor. So the stress intensity factor is carried out at 2 points. So in this picture, you can see this is the angle, crack front angle, and the crack is carried out at this point and the 90 degrees. So the angle is 0 degrees and 90 degrees. So we have calculated the stress intensity factor at 2 points on the crack front, and the stress intensity factor which is directly dependent on stress and the crack length. So this is the theoretical formula, and this function f of a by L is the geometric function which we obtained through the curve fitting method by using the MATLAB. And this is the fatigue crack growth equation. So in order to find the number of cycle or the time the material can withstand the crack is calculated by using this formula. This is the formula where dA by dN equal to C delta K per M, where dA by dN is the fatigue crack growth rate. And once you got the values of delta K from the ANSYS software, you can substitute this and you can find this and you can plot this graph. But so in order to plot this, we use the Paris law, which is the basic this equation. So, but this Paris law equation is only eligible to calculate the number of cycles only in region 2. So once we calculate the curve, we can plot the C and M values. These are the like the material properties, which we calculate through the slope of the graph. So once we got the fatigue crack growth, we substitute the initial crack length and the final crack length. Then we get the number of cycles the material will withstand from when it propagates from one point to another point. So this is a numerical model. So this is a basic model of the pipe, and we inbuilt the crack. And normally, in order to ensure the high accuracy of the results of the model, a study on mesh is achieved. So the mesh study is carried out near the crack tip and the remaining structure. So it is the crack tip. So at the crack tip, we have 6 contours. You can see in the red color, contour 1 to 6. So normally the contour 1 is affected by the singularity effect near the crack tip. So you can see in the graph, there are 6 contours. Each contour will have a particular value. But you can see the red color one is the contour 1. So which is out of the path when compared with the other 5 contours. So this is because of the singularity effect near the crack tip. So we consider the remaining 5 values average of this. So it for solving the number of cycle. So in order to show that our results are accurate and whatever thing our affirmation with the literature results, I have taken an example from the already existing literature, and I have taken some parameters. So the parameters are A by C is equal to 1, where A is the crack length, crack depth, where C is the surface crack length. The aspect ratio is 1 and the crack depth to thickness is 0.5. So this is the result which I obtained. So this is the pipe. This is the half section of the pipe, and you can see the crack orientation. And I had repeated the same thing which is present in the literature in the ANSYS, and I obtained that for the external axial crack, the results are almost in a good agreement within with a less than error of 5%. Whereas in the internal crack, at the crack front angle at 0 degrees, I have a error of 11%. But as the crack front increases, the error decreases. So by this, we can show that our analysis is almost on a good path. So the stress analysis for axial and circumferential semi-elliptical cracks in pipe. So generally, the analysis is carried out to find out that which crack is more critical, axial or circumferential. So we had calculated the stress intensity factor along the crack front. This is the crack front, and we had calculated the stress intensity factor. So you can see that this is the axial crack, internal and axial, internal and external, whereas you can see the circumferential crack, internal and external. So you can see that this analysis carried out for same loading condition. So you can see that for the same axial loading, for the same loading condition for the circumferential crack, the stress intensity factor is 50 megapascal or something. But whereas you can see for the axial crack, it is almost around 200. So the same with we repeated for aspect ratio 0.5 and aspect ratio 1. So it is almost equal that the actual crack is having three times more the stress intensity factor than the circumferential crack. So you can say that the axial crack are more critical than the circumferential crack. And you can see that this one is for aspect ratio 0.2, which is completely elliptical, whereas you can see for the aspect ratio 1, it's like semicircular. So as the crack shape changes, the stress intensity factor at the 90 degrees crack front is decreases. So number of cycles versus axial crack. So in this graph, we have plotted the number of cycles for the axial crack for different aspect ratios. You can see from the here what are the aspect ratios and what is the crack orientation. In this, you can find that internal cracks are more critical. The dashed one is the internal crack. And once the aspect ratio increases, the number of cycles or the life of the material is increasing for the type of aspect ratio. So but you can see that aspect ratio with the crack with 0.2 aspect ratio is more critical and having less life. It will fail easily. So this is at the crack depth, and this is at the 0.5 angle. So this is the same condition. For 0.2 aspect ratio, it is more critical, and you can see the internal crack is more critical than the external crack. And you can see the number of cycles the material for an actual crack is around 60,000 cycles, means it is the life of the pipe with an actual crack. So here you can see for the circumferential crack, here also you can see that the internal crack is more critical for the circumferential crack. But here you can observe one criteria. Here for the aspect ratio 0.2, the internal crack is more critical. But when it comes to 0.5 aspect ratio, internal and external crack are having similar lifetime. But when it comes to 1 aspect ratio, the external crack become more critical. So you can say that 0.5 aspect ratio is like the medium range. It is the suitable at which internal and external cracks are having the same lifetime. But and also it is the same for the at 5 angle 0. And you can see that the lifetime material life of the pipe when having circumferential crack is more when compared to the axial crack. So you can say that axial crack is more critical than the circumferential crack. If your pipe have axial crack, it will fail more easily. So we had carried on the thickness effect only on axial crack pipes because it is more critical than the circumferential crack. So you can see that as before we had done for thickness 3 mm, here we have increased the thickness to 4.5 mm, and we observe that internal crack is more critical. As the thickness increases, the internal crack become more critical for all the aspect ratios, and the life cycle also increases. So by this we will conclude that as we observe that as the crack aspect ratio varies from 0.2 to 1, the stress intensity factor at phi equal to 90 degrees increases. And we also see in that axial crack stress intensity factor is 3 times larger than the circumferential crack due to the larger stress field near that. The position of axial crack on the pipe are more critical than the circumferential cracks. And internal cracks, irrespective of circumferential or the axial, internal cracks are more critical in pipes. And the fatigue growth analysis shows that the pipe thickness will have a significant effect on fatigue life. Thank you.
Thank you, Mani. Any questions do we have for Mani? Mani, nice to know Wonderful presentation. That
Oh.
see, I have few things. When it comes to analysis, meshing element size, how much you have kept, and whether that aspect ratio has been met for the. What is the model which you have taken? Is it a pipe you have taken model? Can you
Yeah. Yes, sir. I have taken a pipe.
Okay, okay. So the pipe you have developed a crack.
Yeah. Actually, I have done the element convergence criteria,
Okay, okay.
but I hadn't shown it in here. Yeah. Parameter. I had done the parameter study. Yeah.
Okay, okay, okay. So, how much is it a normal pipe or a composite pipe?
It is a lean elastic pipe.
Okay, it's a normal elastic pipe.
Yeah, normal pipe. Yeah, yeah.
Material which you have used?
Carbon steel.
Okay, carbon steel as a material pipe you have used. Okay.
Yeah, yeah.
And where is the application which you would like to see this as a
These pipes are mostly used in. Generally, this pipe is mostly used in pressurized heavy water reactors in India, mostly.
Okay, okay.
And in the nuclear plants in India, we will use this type of pipes. And in the general case, we can see this type of pipes in automobile sector, oil and gas transportation pipes.
Okay, okay. No, I was so particular about aerospace industry because you're from aerospace field.
Yeah, yeah.
So I was
Yeah, actually, this one we also use in the aircraft piping components.
Okay, so is it the same material they use it? Carbon steel is what they will use it in aircraft components.
Yeah, some of the components if they need.
Okay.
But it depends.
I'm asking about pipe. Is it the pipe piping? Is it about carbon steel? Are they using? No.
Yeah, in some components.
Okay, okay, fine, fine, fine. And also, like, what is this cracks model which you have? I mean, you have given it, or like how have you developed it? In the meshing you have developed, is it cracks?
Yeah, yes, sir.
When you created the elements, you deleted. I mean, you have created the cracks. Like how it? No, because I've not used ANSYS for crack analysis. That's why I'm just asking you.
Yes, sir. So actually, sir, we have in this graph you can see that this is the type of crack orientation I had used.
Okay.
But this one I have just used it for the graphical representation. So this is the picture B. Exactly describes the crack orientation.
Okay.
Yeah. The initial crack length is 1 millimeter and the crack will propagate to 2 millimeter.
Okay.
Yeah.
So you're talking about the circumferential crack will be faster than the axial crack.
No, sir. Axial crack will be more critical.
More critical. Okay.
Yeah. Because for the same loading, we will have more stress.
Okay. Okay. Fine. Good work. And like in meshing, I'm asking. How you create crack? Like, is it deleting the element or like how you create crack in the meshing?
Sir, in this meshing, sir, we have the direct option of semi-elliptical crack.
Okay.
So yeah, in the ANSYS you have the option of semi-elliptical crack directly.
Fine.
Yeah, so I think it's fine. But just you need to do the crack parameter study. That's fine.
Okay, so you have used a small line and created when you have drawn a line and on a model and set it as and you have made it as a semi-elliptic. I mean, assigned it as a semi-elliptical crack and by creating seeds on it, is it?
Yeah.
Okay, fine. Sounds good. Yeah. It's one of the happening. I mean, old good studies nowadays, and nice to know that you're working on this. And is this your research work or like what?
This is one of my projects, sir. But now I am doing on plastic material crack propagation. I mean, crack propagation on a plastic material.
On a plastic materials.
Yeah.
As a research, as a PhD work.
No, sir. Now I am doing on my master's thesis.
Oh, you're working on masters. I thought it was PhD. You're doing in
Uh,
which universities? You say Thailand,
no, sir. I am studying in Taiwan.
Taiwan. Okay. In
Yeah.
which structure specialization on aerospace?
Yeah, yes, sir.
Okay. Okay. Nice. Nice to know that. Well, you did your aerospace in aeronautical in which college?
In my bachelor degree, I have do in Chennai Weltech University.
Oh, Well-Tech. Oh, nice. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you, Mani. Good interaction. Nice.
Thank you, sir.
knowing you. Yeah.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Well, we'll have our next presentation after. Do we? Okay. Mitsani. Do we have Mitsani?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Mitsani, can you share your screen?
Yes, sir. Good afternoon, everyone, and thank you so much for affording me this opportunity to share my views. So, my topic is Frontiers in Climate Smart Food Systems, outlining the research space. Before starting, I would like to thank two people, that is, my co-author Mr. Dhruv Panjrolia and our guide Mr. Udaydip Singh Chauhan, as without them it may not be possible. As we know, food is any substance which provides nutritional support, and the food system includes all the processes, infrastructures involved in a feeding population from growing, harvesting, processing, packaging, transporting, marketing, consumption till consumption. It is facing challenges in 21st century. As we need to meet the global targets cannot be met without the alterations, and that alterations need to be done in one of the sector, and that sector is agriculture. That can be done by adapting the changing climatic conditions. Agriculture plays a central role. Agriculture here means not the simple agriculture, it means climate smart agriculture, that is CSA. It is an approach for transforming agricultural system to support food securities under new realities of climate change. Climate smart agriculture is defined as an approach that simultaneously focuses on, achieves increasing in agricultural yield, improved resilience and adaptation to climatic changes, which leads to less emissions of greenhouse gases. As we know, widespread changes in rainfall and temperature patterns threaten the agriculture production, and it increases the vulnerability of people depending on agriculture for livelihood, which includes world's poor people. So, the aim of the climate smart agriculture is to support the efforts from local to global levels for sustainably using agricultural system to achieve food and nutrition security for all the people at all the time. And this can be done by the right policies, and the investment agriculture sector can move on to CSA pathways, resulting into decreasing food security. It will lead to many things like reducing emissions. It will achieve food insecurity, the emphasis on the new technologies. Climate change and SDG. SDG means Sustainable Development Goals. Meeting the Sustainable Development Goals doesn't mean producing more food, but it is addressing over and under consumption. Feeding human population is an increasing challenge today. Global population is growing, resource finite, but we are having the finite resource. Undernourishment and micronutrient deficiencies is affecting over millions of people, predominantly in the low income countries. Meeting SDG is not only tackling food availability but developing new solutions. And many other diseases like diabetes and coronary heart disease are because of it. So, for that, some of the solutions are how to meet sustainable development goals. It is unequal distributions, access to food, dietary change, that we can change the dietary trends and can lead to meet the sustainable development goals, and utilizing food in the safe and the nutritious ways. Methane smart food. Livestock, especially cows, emits methane. We can lower the methane emissions by working in some areas like feed type, feed additives, dietary choice, and antibiotics. As we know, 6 to 12% energy is lost by methanogenesis. So, by adding a seaweed to the feed, we can reduce the methanogenesis. Antibiotics can also be useful. So, it can be said that if more fiber is given to the cow, the more methane she produces. So we can add legumes or oil or any type of fat, so it can be helpful to reduce the methane. We can change the diet by replacing pure grass diet with the forage mixture. It is inclusion of oils and legumes. Some organic acids can also reduce the methane emissions. By altering the diet, that can be decreasing the 20 to 25% methane, and that will be helpful. We need to focus on the climate smart diets also. When using feed additive factors like cost, palatability, a possible buildup of resistance in the microbial community, negative impacts on the environment, stresses in milk or meat can even change the taste, but must be considered, although many feed additives have potential to reduce the methane emissions. And the key challenges and the key areas in the climate smart diet are the protein source and the overconsumption. The overconsumption is creating too much problem as there is more consumption of calories, and there is more consumption of calories but not getting the right nutrition. So by not getting the right nutrition, there creates a problem. Climate resilient production, or we can say climate resilient agriculture. It is the future of farming. Our world is changing, global temperature is rising, glaciers are melting, causing the high sea levels, shifting the seasons, increasing frequency and intensity of the heat waves. Global warming decreases the amount of rainfall in some regions and increased intensity, duration, and frequency of increased heat and heat waves. It increases the probability and severity of droughts and land masses and many other problems. So, climate resilient agriculture should be affordable, accessible, and simple to the farmer. It means it should have the capability to anticipate, prepare, and to respond and recover from the problem for the significant threat with the minimum damage. And this will lead to economic growth. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Yeah, Mitani, hello. Sorry for the technical glitches.
No.
Yeah, wonderful presentation, and the presentation was so good. The format which you used, and uh, can you just anybody have any questions to shoot for Mitani? I think everyone are unmuted. I will just unmute once again.
Yes, sir.
Everyone are unmuted. You can ask any questions. If you're not unable to mute, you can raise your hand. I can do that for you. Well, Sunny, can you just tell me what would be the outcome of this particular work
Yes.
which you have done, kind of.
Yes. By application of the climate smart agriculture, we will get the triple wins. That is, we'll be able to increase the agricultural productivity, we can boost the farmers' income, and we can reduce the greenhouse gas emissions.
Mhm. Actually, how can you just brief upon once again on this? What is this climate smart food? How exactly you achieve it in technology point of view?
Sorry, sir?
Yeah, with respect to technology point of view, how can you achieve it? Can you just come on it, comment on it, like on the topic, I mean, climate smart food, right? Like how can you, what do you mean by the word smart food systems?
Okay,
Uh,
the
yeah.
agriculture methods or the livestock which is used and the seeds or that all can be used in the climate smart agriculture. Crop varieties, water management, anything.
So you're talking about the smart management system of now like how the smart automation is there, similar way of implementing it.
Yes, somewhat.
Okay, okay.
It is human induced climate change. So
Mm-hmm. Okay, okay. Yeah. So sounds good. Thank you, Chani. Any other questions by anyone who would like to? Okay, well, I think nobody's asking. We'll just move to the next presentation. Thanks a lot,
thank you, sir.
for your wonderful presentation, for your efforts.
Thank you so much.
So, do we have next Varun Srivatsa or Dilip P? Varun Srivatsa and Dilip P, presenter 8 and 9. Okay, do we have presenter 10 Sagar Pratap Singh here?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, you can share your screen.
Oh, okay, okay, sir.
Yes, Sagar, thank you.
So good afternoon, everyone. I'm Sagar Pratap Singh Parihar. I'm doing my BTech BTech in Mechanical Engineering from Medicaps University. And I would like to thank everyone for giving me this opportunity. Also, I would like to thank Mr. Neeraj Yadav, Assistant Professor, Department of Mechanical Engineering at Medicaps University, who was my guide, and Dr. P. Hari Krishna, Department of Physics, Medicaps University, who was my co-guide, and without them, this paper and this project would not have been possible. So coming to the introduction part, so nanoparticles are these particles which range from a size of 1 nanometer to 100 nanometer, and they're very small in diameter. And coming to the next, one of the key features of nanoparticles is that they have very large surface area. So as the volume ratio decreases, their surface area increases. So in this project, I've done a study on the synthesis of nanoparticles using the Sol-Gel method, which is a chemical process. Also, the preparation of nanofluids by suspending them in nanofluids by suspending nanoparticles in base fluids like water, alcohol, or oil. So the preparation of nanofluid, the study was done on the two-step method. That is, first preparation of nanoparticles, and then the preparation of nanofluid using chemical or physical process. And also the thermophysical properties of nanofluids were studied, and how the rate of heat transfer can be increased by adding nanoparticles in the base fluid. So Sol-Gel method. Sol-Gel method is a chemical method used for the synthesis of nanoparticles. The Sol-Gel process represents the Sol-Gel process represents the chemical transformation of system from a liquid sol, which is mostly a colloidal suspension of particles, into a gelatinous transition into solid oxide metal. So there are basically two processes of a Sol-Gel method. If water is used as a reaction medium, that one is known as aqueous Sol-Gel method. And if a organic solvent is used, then the Sol-Gel process is termed as non-aqueous Sol-Gel route. So Sol-Gel method mainly undergoes in few steps. So the steps are as follows. That is, first is hydrolysis. Okay, so which is basically chemical breakdown of compound due to reaction with water. So the solution becomes homogeneous to heterogeneous. In the first process, that is hydrolysis, the solution is homogeneous, and as the hydrolysis continues, the solution becomes heterogeneous. The second step is condensation. So the Sol particles which are present in the solution get condensed to each other, thus forming a gel. And this gel is homogeneous in nature. So okay, in the first process, in hydrolysis, the solution became from homogeneous to heterogeneous. And again, in the second process, that is in condensation, the solution became from heterogeneous to homogeneous. Next process is the drying process, which is used for the done with the help of heater. The remaining liquid is evaporated, and we get the sample. So in the next process, that is grinding. The sample is grinded using mortar. As we can see here in the figure one, that is Sol-Gel method. The ethanol and propylene oxide. This is a homogeneous solution, which is then condensed and gel is produced, which is then dried and converted into nanoparticles, and then calcination process happens. So in the calcination process, the sample is heated at 800 degrees centigrade, so as to remove the impurities from the sample. So this was the Sol-Gel process that I actually performed in my university. So I took nitrates and sulfates. We did it on the magnetic stirrer for 6 hours. It was constantly heated and stirred. Then the sample was dried using the heater at 100 degrees centigrade. And after, with the help of mortar and pestle, the particles were grinded, and then the calcination process took place, which was at 800 degrees centigrade, to remove the impurities from the sample. So in coming to the characterization of the prepared sample, so in X-ray diffraction, it is a technique though which several information of sample can be obtained, like structure and lattice parameters. So it is a powerful experimental technique used to determine the crystal structure and its lattice parameter, spacing between the lattice planes, and as we know, the diffraction is a result of radiations being scattered by a regular array of scattering centers whose spacing is about same as the wavelength of the radiation, that is lambda. So Bragg's equation, it is very important to study Bragg's equation when XRD is to be performed. So considering homogeneous X-rays of wavelength lambda incident on sample at an angle theta. Here, as we can see, it is incident on a surface at angle theta. So if the part difference between 2D sine theta, is equal to the integral multiple of if it is equal to the integral multiple of wavelength of X-ray, which is n lambda, as we can see here. Then constructive interference will occur between reflective beam, and they will reinforce with each other, like they will get together again, and we can get the structure of the prepared sample. So what information do we get from XRD? So the following information are that we can get from the XRD, like lattice parameters, phase identity, phase purity, crystallinity, crystal structure, percent phase composition. These are all very important, because when these nanoparticles are to be used in industry, we need to know about how much pure the prepared sample is, what is the structure, and where they can be. It is important to know the structure. We can get the we can know where we can use that sample. And the advantages of XRD are it's a non-destructive method, so it requires very minute amount of sample for the XRD, so we can get that sample back when we have given it for the X-ray diffraction. It's a relatively rapid technique, and it can happen in around 2 to 3 hours, and we can get the results. So we can identify the crystalline phase, and as we have discussed above, what all the information we can get from the XRD. So here we can get the crystallite size, percentage, crystallinity, molecular structure, etc. Another characterization technique that was studied is dielectric spectroscopy. So basically, dielectric spectroscopy is an investigation technique based on the study of material response. We can get the knowledge about if the nanoparticle or nanofluid prepared can be used for the preparation of capacitors, memory devices, sensors, and how in the electrical field we can use them. So coming to thermophysical properties of nanofluids. So as we know that nanofluids cannot be prepared just by mixing nanoparticles into the base fluid, which is alcohol, water, or oil. So there need to be a process followed for the preparation of nanofluids. So when that can be prepared either by physical methods or chemical method. And we can see that nanofluids have been there for a long time in the industry, and there have been uses of nanofluid increasing day by day. And okay, so we have discussed about how nanofluids can be prepared. So yeah, here is the nanofluid preparation method. So there are this is a two-step method. Here first nanoparticles are prepared and using any chemical method, not only just Sol-Gel but any chemical method. We studied Sol-Gel method as it is less expensive, and the sample prepared is much pure than most of the methods, and then mixing it with base fluids. So there are two methods, first is physical and the other one is chemical method. So in physical method, like stirring, or we did it in the first in the preparation of nanoparticles, that the solution was stirred and mixed for around 6 hours. So we can use stirring, that is magnetic heater, magnetic stirrer. And ultrasonic also, it is one of the method through which we can prepare the base we can prepare the nanofluids. Other methods are also shown here, and there is a chemical methods like covalent functionalization and non-covalent functionalization. These are also the method for the preparation of nanofluids. So we can prepare nanoparticles, we can mix nanoparticle in base fluid, and then using this process we can prepare nanofluids. So coming to thermophysical properties of nanofluids. So we know that nanofluid properties, the base fluids don't have a they don't have a good thermal conductivity. They don't have a better good viscosity or specific heat. So if we mix nanoparticles into base fluid, we can increase the thermal conductivity heat transfer rate of the nanofluids, and they can be used in they can be base fluid, and they can be used in so many applications. We will discuss about it later in the slides. So okay, so nanofluid thermal conductivity. So we know that thermal conductivity is the measure of its ability to conduct heat for any material. So here regular fluids are oil, water, alcohol, etc. And here the Maxwell gave a relation which is KNF equals to Kp plus 2 Kp1 plus 2, and phi, that is phi is a volume fraction. So Kp minus K1 upon Kp plus 2 K1 minus that is volume fraction Kp minus K1 and K1. Here in above relation, Kp is the thermal conductivity of nanoparticles. This one is the thermal conductivity of nanoparticle. K1 is the thermal conductivity of base fluid, the base fluid which we are using, like oil, water, and alcohol, anything. And the through this we can through the above formula we can find the effective thermal conductivity of nanofluid, that is KNF. Second property is nanofluid convective heat transfer. So heat transfer, the rate of heat transfer between a solid surface and fluid per unit area, unit surface area per unit temperature difference. Nanofluids have been proven a great potential for heat transfer enhancement, as I have already said earlier, that by adding nanoparticles into base fluid, we can increase the thermal conductivity, heat flow rate of the base fluid. So they have been proven a great potential for heat transfer enhancement. We can predict the flow pattern using the below formula. And as we can see, the above relation shows turbulent convective heat transfer for dilute dispersed fluid with some micron metallic oxide particles. Coming to nanofluid viscosity, so we know that viscosity is the measure of fluid's resistance to flow. Like oil have oil and water, they have a different viscosity. Viscosity of base fluid increases as the nanoparticles are added to base fluid. So as we know that the thermal conductivity of all the base fluids is different. So we can increase the viscosity of base fluid by adding the nanoparticles into the base fluid. So here is the Einstein-Batchelor equation, which describes the dependency of viscosity increases with concentration of particles due to agglomeration clustering of nanoparticles. So basically, they have said that as we add nanoparticles into the base fluid, there is a different viscosity for all the base fluids. So their viscosity can be increased by adding the nanoparticles into the base fluids. The most important was the nanofluid specificity, in which we have focused generally. So we know the specificity is the amount of heat that must be added from a unit mass of substance to change the temperature by 1 degree Celsius. So we have all studied that specific heat is an intensive property. So coming to the equation below, that is this one first equation. So we can see the specific heat of nanofluid can be found by the formula like volume fraction of particle. Volume fraction multiplying the specific heat of particle with the volume fraction, and then the volume fraction of the base fluid. Then the specific heat of the base fluid. In also Zwan and Rosel gave another equation in which they considered a density as well. So here's the equation in which they consider the density, and as we can see, the graph here is plotted on the above two relations on the these two on the basis of these two relations. The graph was plotted, and the variation of ratio of specific heat, that is specific heat ratio, is shown to the volume fraction here. So we can see that due to advanced thermophysical properties, nanofluids have wide range of real-world applications, like real-world application. And coming to the advantages compared to conventional solid liquid suspension for heat transfer intensifiers, like we can use them in the heat water cooler, super coolers for the heat transfer process. These are the advantages here. To high specific surface area and therefore more heat transfers between particles and fluids. We have studied that nanoparticles surface area increases with decreasing the volume. So it has high specific surface area, so more heat transfer can occur. It has a high dispersion stability. So coming to the next, it reduced pumping power as compared to pure liquids to achieve equivalent heat transfer intensification. So basically, we can use less power for the more heat, less power for the heat transfer that we were using before. There is a reduced particle clogging as well, and okay, so adjustable properties including thermal conductivity and surface wettability by varying particle concentrations suit different applications. So these are some of the advantages of nanofluid. Coming to the next, the real world applications of nanofluid. So in the drug delivery, also there are some applications there have been medicines which can be prepared using the nanofluids in aerospace engineering. In aerospace engineering, agriculture, cooling and heating of the building, as we have discussed about, like we can use for the heat transfer process in automobiles. In the automobiles, like we can use them in the engines. Refrigeration for the cooling, and microchips, like in microchips we can use them as we have studied the dielectric spectroscopy, so we can get to know if the particle can be used for the preparation of microchips, etc. Future scope, that nanofluid have a variety of application as of now, and many more are expected in the future. We can see that the nanofluids is it's a developing technique, and there need to be more study done on the preparation and properties of the nanofluids, and how they can be used in future for the preparation of different kind of things. So coming to the conclusion to the report, the following reviews the preparation using Sol-Gel method, as we have discussed earlier, how we can prepare the nanoparticles using Sol-Gel method, analysis technique for nanoparticles and nanofluid preparation, like XRD and dielectric spectroscopy. Also, this provides comprehensive overview for the preparation of nanofluids using two-step method. Two-step method is like first is the preparation of nanoparticles, and then the preparation of nanofluid using chemical and physical process. So in the figure 5, that is the graph in the specific heat capacity of nanofluid, the difference of specific heat ratio is quite large, and this study gives the motivation for future research to identify why the difference of specific heat ratio is quite large. So there need to be more study done on why this is happening. Following papers were referred while writing the paper which was submitted, and I would like to thank all the authors here who helped me while writing the paper. Thank you, and any question answers?
Anybody would like to ask any question?
Yes, sir. 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 Yes, s
Everyone are unmuted. I've unmuted. If you can unmute yourself and ask. Okay, wonderful presentation, Sagar. You have not prepared any model using Solgel. It is just a theoretical paper which you presented, is it?
No, sir. Actually, I was preparing nanoparticles, but due to the lockdown,
Okay.
so I didn't get the XRD and dielectric spectroscopy report, so the project was not able to continue for
Okay. So, like you're doing it as your engineering project, this one?
It's my major project. I'm in final year of my BTech, so I was doing a major project on this, and the samples were prepared and they were sent for the XRD and dielectric spectroscopy. But due to lockdown, it was not possible to get the reports. So I've done the theoretical study on this.
Which metal oxide you got it from Solgel technique? Which is that nano metal which you got it?
Can you please ask the
No,
answer? Yeah.
I meant like in that process which you followed, like in Solgel method, you used the oxide. You said right, metal. Sorry, you
Yes.
used metal and metal oxide in a solution, and you left it for and you left it for few days. Can you just explain that what you did with respect to for your model? Have you prepared model or something?
So
you have photos of your model or something? You could have shared it in this presentation.
yes, sir. Wait. I'll share them with you.
Yeah, you can share it here.
Yes.
First of all, road transport, highways, shipping.
Sir, is it visible?
Yeah. Now I can see it. Yes.
Yeah.
Can you just
So
zoom it?
yeah. So we use nickel nitrate, cobalt nitrate.
Zoom it little bit. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Little bit zoom your screen towards your specimen. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. So can you see, sir?
Yes.
Yeah. So we use nickel nitrate, cobalt nitrate, and citric acid for the preparation of nanoparticles. This was the experimental setup. This was the weighing machine on which we weighed the particles. Next, that was a magnetic stirrer on which for around 6 to 8 hours we kept our sample for stirring. And here it was. This is the heater on which we which we use for the drying of the sample.
I mean, first, this is the process which you carried. Is it first? You opened your first you went for your model. Sorry, but first you took this nickel, cobalt, and citric acid.
Actually, sir, here was this was the calculation part. How we picked up how much amount of sample we actually required for the preparation of the how much we required for the preparation of the sample. So this was the calculation part here.
Okay.
And then this was the experimental setup. So this was the amount of sample we took
based on the calculations. Wonderful.
Yeah, based on the calculations. And in our university, we only have the we can only continue till drying process. For the calcination, we had to send it for the DAVV in Indore. We sent it for DAV. We sent it for the calcination process and the XRD and dielectric spectroscopy. But due to the lockdown, the reports were unable to get. Yeah, so that's why we were not able to get the report. Here was the prepared sample, which weighed at 45.511 gram.
Okay.
And this was the drying using the heater.
Yes. Which is a liquid which you used,
Actually, sir, we use distilled water and ammonia as well.
I mean, these are three different samples: nickel, cobalt and citric, three different things.
Yeah, these three were different samples. After which, mixing with the distilled water and ammonia, this was the sample. This was the homogeneous mixture we got.
Okay, okay.
Yeah.
So your aim was to create which metal? Metal oxide. Can you show me that formula or something? Calculation.
Yes, sir. It
Your
was
aim was to create.
nickel cobaltite.
Sorry, nickel.
Nickel cobaltite, sir. Here.
Okay, you want to get nickel cobaltite. Okay, okay.
Yeah, and then we were and after that we were to get the structure and everything of the prepared sample, and then we can move forward for the preparation of nanofluid using nickel cobaltite.
Okay, just go to. Can you just go to your next slide, please? There, scroll down. This slide was better than. I didn't see this sample preparation slide. This is your another slide, is it?
Which was, sir?
No, I didn't observe these photos which you presented.
Yeah, it was there in that previous PPT as well.
Okay, okay. Sorry, I didn't observe it so properly. Okay.
Yeah.
Can you just a little bit scroll down?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so you wanted to go for this XRD and all.
Yeah, this was at DABV in Indore. So this was the machine on which XRD was to be performed. And we can get the structure and purity of the sample which was made, and after that we can have the study on how we can use them in the future, and how we can prepare nanofluid using them.
Okay, okay, okay.
Yes, sir. This was all there in the previous.
Yeah. These things I got to know. Sure.
Yes, sir. This was the machine for the dielectric spectroscopy. Actually, I got this image only on the website of the DABV, so I put it here.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Good work, Sagar. Congratulations on. It would have been nice. You get this 2 reports also. Try putting these 2 results also, and you can, using these 2 results, you can actually present one more paper also.
Yeah, actually, sir, after I have talked with my guides, and they have said that once this lockdown is over, so I can return to college, even as a pass out student, so I can perform the presentation. I can perform the practical over there, and I can publish actually they were targeting for 2 papers on this topic.
Yeah. So only sample preparation one, and these things also you can testing and all you can make in and other paper rather than.
Yes, sir. So they have said that you can come after the lockdown is over, and we can move forward. And if I want, I can also prepare other samples as well there.
Okay, nice. Sounds good. Good work, Sagar. Nice to know that we are in touch with your university also for some we will be maybe establishing Center of Excellence in your university, and the Vice Chancellor was coming. We met them and all. So maybe you may meet us sometime we may meet sometime in your university.
Yeah, sure, sir, sure.
Nice, Sagar. Nice talking to you. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir.
Yeah. We'll go to the next presentation for the day. Calvin, Roman Calvin. Do we have Roman Calvin? Yeah, Mr. Calvin.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I'll share screen right now.
Calvin. Yes, Calvin. Please share your screen.
So you can see the screen.
Yes. We can see your screen.
Okay. So my name is Roman, and the topic which I'm going to present in this conference is investigation of dissimilar V-joint of steels alloy with copper, brass, and mild steel, also using tungsten inert gas welding, which is a kind of fusion welding, and it is presented in international conference on engineering and technology. The co-authors of my paper is Dr. Jinta Khan, and very specially acknowledged her, and also Dr. Kitinan, and I belong from Prince of Songkhla University, Thailand. So table of contents include for my presentation is the objective, then introduction part, literature, which is very important, and then material and their compositions and welding requirements and their parameters, and results and conclusion part, and in the last there is the references. So what is the objective of this research? As in the present era, welding is the most important and common and durable option to join the material permanently. It is applicable in almost all industries like aerospace, automobile generations, and because of the versatility and the strength of the welding process is applied in almost all the manufacturing process for making the product that are used in our daily life. So the aim of this research to explore the new domain of dissimilar welding owing to its increased industrial application. Likewise, I told in automobile sector and also in daily life in manufacturing processes. So using tungsten inert gas welding technique, the 4 different material. First one is copper grade C15000 and brass C260, mild steel and stainless steel were bevel joined with the sample of stainless steel as a base material. So stainless steel is remain present in these 3 categories and under the controlled welding parameter as preferred by ASTM standards. So introduction, the TIG welding is also known as gas. It is a process that join metal by heating them with an arc between a tungsten electrode, which is non-consumable, and the workpiece. The process is used with a shielded gas and also may used with or without any filler metal. But in this experiment, we use a filler metal, which have a grade ER706 0S-6 rod. The tensile strength of the specimen then analyzed by using universal UTS machine, which present the tensile strength of these joints, dissimilar joints, and then steel can be easily welded with copper, brass, and aluminium, etc. And its own alloys too. But research shows that when steel welded with their own alloys, that is mild steel, its strength increases up to 160 megapascal. Rightwise, like steel when copper welding joined to each other, then their tensile strength is up to 166 megapascal. So there is a greater strength that is achieved by having welding of steel and brass. So coming to the literature review, in 2006, the paper presented by Liu, he investigated the microstructure of laser welding formed between dissimilar metal, that is magnesium alloy and aluminium alloy with cerium as an interlayer, and founded elimination of intermetallic phases between the aluminium and magnesium alloy. And in 2007, same author, he studied the microstructure characteristics of welding joint of magnesium alloy and deduced the result of micro hardness near fusion zone of magnesium. Then afterward in 2009, Lin studied the welding of aluminium alloy to galvanized and recorded that steel zinc coated layer can improve the weld ability and spread ability of liquid aluminium filler metal. So these are the literature survey, and coming next to the literature survey, that is the point A. Liu et al. In 2010, he basically strengthened the effect of nickel and copper interlayer hybrid laser TIG welded joint between the magnesium alloy and mild steel. And after these literature survey, and in the last there is a 10 et al. In 2013, he basically present the laser tungsten inert gas, laser tungsten inert gas as a hybrid welding of dissimilar metal with magnesium alloy to zinc coated steel. So more literature is about in Singh et al. In 2015, and he review on the TIG welding for optimizing parameter of dissimilar joints. And coming to the last, Bagel et al. They studied the mechanical properties of microstructural characterization, of automated pulse TIG welding of dissimilar aluminium alloys. So conclusion of the literature review that no one can studied till now about the dissimilar of steel with mild steel, copper, and brass. With these, as I told earlier, with the grade of C15,000 of copper and brass C150. So material selection, according to the ASME section 9, the dimension and the geometry of initial raw materials, basically copper, brass, mild steel, and stainless steel. Having geometry is plate, and his length is about 240 millimeter. Width of the specimens are 31.7 millimeter, and thickness of the specimens are 3 millimeter. This is from the ASME section. So raw material composition, firstly, stainless steel contain 0.07% of carbon, 2% of the magnesium, and then silicon 0.075, then phosphorus and sulfur and chromium, and similarly the copper C15,000 contains zirconium and copper percentage as mentioned in the slide, and also brass C260 contain iron and copper, and lead amount of iron contains 0.05, and then copper contain, and then lead contains 0.07, and in the last mild steel contain carbon amount of 0.17, magnesium 0.54, silicon 0.2, and phosphorus 0.16, and iron contain 98.7%. So welding requirement is very important. The V-butt joint as per ASME section 9, it represent there is a V-butt joint, and then we fill the material with the filler rod of the welding using TIG welding. Now, as per the requirement of the sample work, the pieces is shared into two rectangular parts. Basically, they are two dissimilar metals. So each part of 120 millimeter, as a total length is, as I mentioned earlier, is 240 millimeter. So its half is 120 millimeter. So both we cut the plate of 120 millimeter each by successive machining. Later, by the sharp edges of rectangular part are removed by machining process to create the beveled section. So this is the beveled section we have created in the plate. Then we filled or join together these two dissimilar metals with the help of welding technique using TIG. So welding parameters and filler rod. So these are our parameters according to ASME section. So current amperes are 125, and then voltage 18 volt, and frequency. These are the basically the TIG welding material specification. We have to take it. So, and then the electrode tip angle, which is very important. We take 20 degree, and welding speed is 3.8 millimeter per second. So these are the specification of the dia of filler rod. This is basically a filler rod. The dia of filler rod is 3.2 millimeter. And specification of the filler rod is mild steel filler rod with ER 706S material. So after that, when these specimen join together, when these two specimen of different materials join together, we test by the help of this machine, which is called universal testing machine. And these are the specimen as everyone can show easily. This specimen, I take the picture of the specimen is stainless steel with the copper, and then the tensile force is applied by this UTS machine having capacity 1000 Newton. So 1000 kilonewton. So it can easily break up, and you can see after the breakage result from the joint, they can break. And tensile strength in the test we exposed to a supervised tension till failure. We have applied load until the failure, and what is ultimate tensile strength is a maximum tensile stress bear by the specimen, defined as the maximum load divided by the original cross-sectional area of the test specimen. So these are the results came out when the three graphs shown. First one is stainless steel and mild steel, which is ferrous, and then two non-ferrous materials like stainless steel and brass, and stainless steel and copper. The stainless steel with mild steel, the graph 1 shows the stainless steel is around about 702 megapascal strength, and then they break. And after the graph 2 shows the stainless steel and brass, they break up to 338.9, around about 339 megapascal. And stainless steel and copper joint shows that it can break up to 332.2 megapascal under the applied force. So conclusion, these are the break parts. The first one is mild steel and stainless steel. Second one is stainless steel and copper, and last one is brass and stainless steel. So these are the breakage part. So conclusion that in this paper an attempt was made to investigate the V joint TIG dissimilar welding of non-ferrous metal. As I told, that brass and copper and ferrous metal such as stainless steel with mild steel plate, by using tungsten rod or filler material, it can be concluded that dissimilar welding welding between mild steel and stainless steel is more strong. However, the experiment is restricted to a few specimens. We can take a different grades as well, and then we can perform practical, and then we can check the technique, how many strength they can gain. So that's all. These are the references of my paper in APA reference style, and thank you everyone. If you have any question, then you may ask.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Calvin, for a wonderful presentation. Anybody have any doubts or anything? Okay, everyone are so silent. Fine, Calvin, wonderful work. I wanted to know why you choose two different metals. Can you just go to your conclusion photos, those three metals, please? Yeah, this particular thing. Yeah, I can see here metal 1, metal 2 are different material. First one, second one, third one. Isn't it ferrous and non-ferrous? You have mixed it, right?
No, sir. First one is basically ferrous metal, stainless steel and mild steel. Second one is copper and brass. So we have tested if we take alloys, because in many aerospace industries there is a requirement that now they can especially in automobile sector, they projected that there are some cost-effective products they can produce. So we attempt was made to check if these non-ferrous material are suitable for that or not. So that's why we check it out.
Oh, okay, understood. Nice. Basically, you're welding it and doing a tensile strength and checking out the properties of the material, isn't it?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Definitely, it is.
Okay. So with this three comparison, what you found, dissimilar metal on a V, V type is the best type of TIG welding is what is the conclusion?
Yeah, V butt joint is a good metal welding. Right now when this lockdown situation is overcome, then I'll go through the radioactive test, XRD test of these specimen, the cracks initiating from the tip points. So then further we will continue this study. But till now we find that the joint with brass and stainless steel is more effective, but it can be break up to 322 megapascal, which is well enough for the certain metals used in automobile cars especially.
Okay. Good sir. Nice presentation. I see there are different types of welding also, like fusion welding and many other types of welding. Is it only TIG welding you're considering, or
yes, sir. Definitely. It is only a fusion welding technique. I use only TIG welding for these ferrous metals, but also there is some other methods as well for welding technique, but it's available in our lab, so we just go for it.
Okay, is this your master's or PhD work?
Yes, it's my PhD semester project.
Okay, fine. Will you also be trying with the different welding joints, or you're just is your aim only is for TIG joint?
Yeah, the professor gave me only this task to check it out for the butt joint, and there is also an edge joint. Right now, when this situation is over, then I'll go for the edge joint as well and T joint as well for further investigation. and then I'll write paper for it as well.
Oh, wonderful, wonderful, Mr. Calvin. Thanks a lot for your wonderful presentation. We will go for our next presentation of the day. So, Mr. Lin, you're there?
Yes.
Yes, Mr. Lin. Please share your screen. Can you stop the screen, Mr. Calvin? Can you stop the screen?
No.
No. Mr. Calvin, can you stop the screen? Okay. Yeah. Mr. Lin, you can now share your screen.
Sorry, just a moment.
We can see it. Thank you. You can go ahead. We can see the presentation.
Sorry, I need to make a record. So there's some problem. Excuse me, sir. I need your permission to record the presentation. To record the presentation.
No, you can share the presentation, Mr. Lin. You can share the presentation. What permissions you require?
Yes, my professor need a record to prove that I joined the conference.
I didn't get you. Can you please come back, sir? Can you repeat it, please?
I need your permission to record the process of my presentation.
Yeah. All the presentation are recording. Everyone's presentation are recording, not an issue. So your presentation will also be recorded.
Can I make it by myself?
I can share you the presentation afterwards. So we can do that later. After the presentation, I can share you the Google Drive of a link of it.
Okay. Thank you. Oh. Okay, sorry. My name is Pengfei Lin. I am a PhD student of Graduate Institute of TIIPM at National Zhengzhi University in Taiwan. And the topic of my presentation is patent as real options for mitigating innovation uncertainties. This is a case study of a device called QCAT. This is a picture of QCAT. It looks like a cat, but actually it's a optical scanning device to be connected to a personal computer. Using the device to scan a barcode on a paper, such as the newspaper or a magazine, the computer will automatically launch the browser and link to a website corresponding to the barcode. This is very similar to the QR code technology, which we commonly use today, but it is a product 20 years ago. And I think most of us never seen it or you use it. And it has one reason maybe that it has a very short life. In the year of 2000, QCAD came into the market only in the United States. At that time, it was sent as a free gift from big media companies such as Reed, Forbes, and Radio Shack to their customers. The first image may be awesome, but very quickly people found that the QCAD is not convenient because you have to scan the barcode in front of a computer. In 2000, there is no smartphone at that time. So in the next year, almost nobody used QCAD, even though lots of people had this device. And the company of QCAD also faced a financial problem, and they withdraw a public offer application. In 2002, the company was closed and terminated their service. That is, the CAD died. But in 2012, the patent portfolio related to QCAD was sold at a price of 15 million US dollars. This is interesting to me, and thus I did patent analysis for these patents. Firstly, this chart is the count of patent filings by year. Of course, before 2002, the company was still operating and filed a lot of patents. However, after 2002, the CAD died, but they still file a lot of patents. Then I tried to find out the connection between the patents in the portfolio. It's interesting that they are all one family, and all patent applications stem from one mother application. That is, every patent in this family adds something new, more or less, to the modern application. And thus, they are tightly correlated. Then I try to check the application type of every patent. The stage one, before 2002, most of their patents were continuation in part. By contrast, in stage two, after 2002, almost all the patent applications they filed are continuation application. The difference between these two kinds of application is continuation in part add more modifications to the mother application, but continuation application only make very little change to the mother application. This is a unique system in the United States. According to the case study of QCAT, this story demonstrates a neglected perspective of patenting incentives. That is, patent can be used as real option, and it can be used to mitigate innovation uncertainties. For example, like QCAT, even the product was failed in the market, the underlying technology may become popular in the future. If the patent is alive, the patent holder can use them to make revenue when the technology is popular. In addition, it is important to use patent filing strategy to enlarge the patent portfolio. And according to prior studies, patent portfolio, the size of patent portfolio will affect the value of these patents. This is my presentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Lin, for the wonderful presentation. Any questions, anyone? Well, I have a small doubt. Like, see, when it comes to a product, when it comes to IPR, patents basically, intellectual property rights. It may not be different countries has different kind of patents, right? Say if it is it may copy the same product and sell it in his own country rather so technology transfer may happen this like can you can you get my point? Like, say for example, like countries may take away the technology and copy the duplicate. Say some X product has its so Apple is one having its product. So instead of Apple, same company's product iPhone, instead of Apple's iPhone, some company will in its local market or local thing, they may change the with the same copying the same technology, they may make a fake products out of it by different name. IPR may not affect in local countries or some if it is a state related. I have that a little bit doubt. I'm not much aware about international IPR, so I'm just asking about it. How does that international IPR works?
Excuse me, I did not catch your question very well.
Okay, I repeat it. Like, I'm asking about international IP copyrights, basically international patents. Say, for example, in your own case study, you have that company which had a wonder, which is because of patent, they got some monetary benefits, right? So my question is, without approach, some countries can, instead of making the products in a national level or uh, they could have made or utilized the same company's product, duplicated the product, copied the product is what am talking about.
Yeah, although this case was happened in the United States, but other countries, to my knowledge, have similar systems, including different types of patent applications. So
India may follow its own IPR, China may follow its own IPR, and US may follow its own IPR. So, like Indian IPR products, if it is not registered in US IPR or something, how it is connected? I'm not aware about those things, so I'm just asking you a normal query, kind of it. Like Indian IPR, one product is there, so they would have made a patent in Indian this one. So, but some other country may copy it and make a product out of it, and locally they may be selling it. So, how to approach, or how does that work? I'm asking.
yeah, sorry, I may need a little time to think of this question.
Not a issue. It was just an international platform, so I was like having that curious question in front of me. But wonderful work on your case study, Mr. Lin. Thanks a lot for your presentation.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next presentation, do we have Mr. Chingweng Chung or Annie Chung? Okay. Chingweng Chung. The title is The Relationship Between Supervisor Emotional Intelligence and Subordinate, examining the mediating the role of organization commitment.
Sonia.
Well, do we have Sonia? Paper title: Iris segmentation using reduction, the scope of an iris image. Do we have Sonia for the next presentation? Okay, do we have the next presenter, Lynn? Do we have the next presentation? Sorry for my bad pronunciation. Lin and Hung Chun. Consumer brand identification, CBI, and electronic word of mouth. Okay, I don't see any response by them. Okay. Well, I think this is the last. We have last presentation. Mr. Kavadesia with us. Yeah, Mr. Kavadesia, please share your screen.
Okay. Okay.
Yes.
Can you see my screen?
Yes, Kavadesia.
Okay. I'm thankful for this opportunity. So, I was born in Angola, an African country. Now I live in Lisbon. So when I talk to my friend from Angola, we always wonder how the evolution of technology has brought countless benefits to all of us. in educational system, for example, there is a growing number of educational software. But unfortunately, the technology doesn't grow as fast in all the countries. So Angola is one of these countries. The use of e-learning platforms such as Moodle or Blackboard is very rare. However, some universities have small repositories of content which are not used by most students for lack of effectiveness. So the lack of student opinion is a big problem when it comes to e-learning platforms, since most of these platforms are not built with the focus on the students. So these factors led us to conduct a survey for potential users about the features they find useful in educational platforms. So the main purpose of this study is to analyze the key concepts considered relevant by students in educational software. This will enable us to find a conceptual model providing a precise alignment between the features for an educational software according to the student needs. We also aim to contribute to the definition of requirements for elaboration of future prototype of educational software. So my name is Elio, and I'll be talking about university education in Angola, internet access in Angola, and educational platforms. Since the implementation of higher education in early 60s in Angola, the number of higher education institutions has been growing, but the lack of quality in education is still a big problem. Angola faces serious problem in this area to meet the demands of the current trends. This is a situation when we can apply the new technology to improve the teaching learning process. E-learning platform can be used by educational institutions in ways that improve the quality of educational system. One of the problems when implementing this kind of solution in Angola is the internet access, which is still expensive due to the few number of companies operating in the country. Although internet access is expensive, many students have free wireless access in schools and some parts of the city. And so the number of internet users has been growing since 2000, has been growing. Like in years 2018, Angola had 13 million mobile phone users, of whom 4 million had internet access. So when it comes to the development of educational software, it shouldn't be a task handed to the programmers, designers, or system architects. It must involve all the stakeholders of the platform. So beside the technical concepts, the focus on the student is very important when building this kind of platform. So that's why we conducted an open questionnaire distributed among Angola University students, students from university located in different cities of Angola. The questionnaire was sent to students by email and social networks. So 6 of the 13 students have teaching experience. They were teachers as well. So students came from both public and private universities. Well, we use a qualitative method because they typically produce a wealth of detailed data about a much smaller number of people and case, which it was in our case, in this case. So the interviews consisted of an open-ended questionnaire with 6 development questions that define the area to be explored. Let me see. The answers were compiled into an Excel file and analyzed with the help of LexMaster, which is a tool to process qualitative data and large amount of text. So the question in this table, let's call it table one, aim to verify the concepts that Angola University students think should be considered in educational software. Okay, so we use LexMaster to generate a concept map consisting of 5 main themes: plan, share, apps, technology, and students. So each one of these themes has associated concepts. The concepts are related to the answer of the questions in table 1. For example, according to this map, the most relevant theme is students, which is linked with the concepts such as teachers, content, access, difficult subject, internet, communication. Um, well, uh, these concepts are related to the answer of the question 1 and 2 in table 1. On this answer, the students claim that they don't have institutional computer with internet access at university. Other students have difficulty accessing academic content because teachers don't share this content. So some students point out the lack of communication between teachers and students. So this this these concepts are the key to define a functional and non-functional requirement for an educational software. Listen, less than half survey students don't use educational software in their institution, and those who use complain about the features. Well, gathering the requirement is a very important part of implementation of educational software. The data obtained here allowed us to verify that when it comes to educational software, students expect, among other features, the following features. Well, basically, they want a platform where they can find and share resources with effectiveness, where the student and the teachers can interact. This feature came from the analysis of concepts obtained from the interviews and should be considered when developing prototype of educational software. A future study can implement a prototype of educational software with the found concepts and feature and verify the impact of this software in a student achievement. So this is it. We found the lack of e-learning platform in Angola, which is a big problem. We found that most students don't have access to this platform, and those who have access don't use it because they don't identify with the platforms. So we talked to them, we elaborated a conceptual model that provides a precise alignment between the fundamental feature for an education software according to their needs. Now people can use this study to make definition of requirements for the elaboration of educational software. Well, thank you for your time. I'm really thankful to be here. And this is it.
Thank you, Mr. Kabdisa. Anybody have any questions?
Yes, I have one question for him.
Yes,
Yeah,
Uh, as you have said that there is an increasing trend in e-commerce and e-technology and e-education, right? And with respect to the COVID-19 virus, we also see that all the students are coming on the online platform, but the teachers, when we ask them the experience regarding the teaching, the teachers always says that we do not find this e-education system very effectful in regards to teaching the students. So what do you think about that? Is e-education good in all terms, that everyone should adopt it, or class education is good?
Well, I think like I will answer this in Angolan case. Like right now, the students they are being forced to use Moodle because they are studying home. But most of them, even the teacher, they never used Moodle before. They don't know how the platform works. So if they if they were like presented with this opportunity um, before this pandemic situation, this couldn't be happening because right now you have the tool and then you have to use it, but you don't have the experience and you don't have the time to learn, and this is a big problem. So I think e-learning is important and should everyone should have the opportunity to adopt this kind of technology. Most people, many countries, I can say, don't adopt this, not because they don't want to, maybe because they don't have the resources. The students don't have the computers, they don't have a nice internet access because of this situation. But this is um, your question is really good, and I think everyone should adopt this solution.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, wonderful solution and good answer. Yeah, we know that everywhere in the world, I mean, in back, going in our country also, in other countries also, we see many universities are not adapted to this model platforms. So MOOCs, online courses, and also now we see faculties and students are taking up online courses from Coursera and many other this one in this pandemic situation. Sounds good. And also, I have one question on this software you were talking on in your survey. What software you are mentioning about for students?
I didn't get the question, please.
Just go to your previous slide.
This one?
No, no, one more. Yes. No, the next one, next slide. Yeah, this one here. Somewhere like less than half survey students does not use learning software you are mentioning. What is that meaning of learning software? What is the learning? Which software you're talking about as a learning software?
It's well, we can say educational software is any software which were built with the purpose of education. Like there are, I'm saying, I'm not saying e-learning platform, and I'm saying a learning software because some teacher, let's suppose like some teacher build a website, and this site he used to share the academic content to his students. This can be considered as a learning software, so it's used that way.
Okay, because
And
these things I think I didn't see you mentioning in those questionnaires part that learning software means the software like done by I mean a faculty or a teacher
yeah,
is showcasing it. But I didn't see anywhere you mentioning that learning software definition. So I had this doubt. So
okay,
maybe
okay.
the correspondence or the survey which you would have got also may get the same type of doubt, and they may say no because no education institutes in schools and all, they don't use any softwares, learning softwares and all.
Ah,
That's why.
I might say that this study was done in Portuguese language, and this might be in English. It may you may not a difference, but when we're talking it in Portuguese, so if I ask them if the school have a software or a learning software, when I'm saying this in Portuguese, they get the question. It's almost the same.
Sounds good. Okay, thank you.
Hey, I have one more question, sir, if you allow to ask.
Yeah, no problem.
I want to ask that with the increase of this e-education system and software-based learning, will the relevance of the teachers get down into each and every country? Because nowadays we see that students are not asking questions to the teacher, rather than they start to find the alternative sources of information. Do the value of the teachers go down with this development?
Well, I think this is not happening just because of the e-learning platform. I might have said that since the existence of the existence of the internet, many people go to the internet searching for things. Like I'm a computer engineer, and in my course we use it a lot. A website called Stack Overflow, and everyone goes there before ask something to the teacher. I think it's something that the teacher I used to. The students have been asking less questions and go to the internet find a solution. If I were a teacher, I cannot see this as a bad solution. The only problem is that there's a lot of like bad information on the internet, and many students don't know how to filter this information. So it's the teacher's paper to talk to the student and tell them how to manage this situation, how to know the difference between how to look for information. Like I talk to my teachers, and a lot of time they tell me, okay, you can go look on the internet, but I know how to look, or they give me the reference for the thing I have to look to look the internet. But we cannot like tell the students, so don't go on the internet. We must find a way to teach them to how to search the things on the internet.
Okay, thank you so much.
Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Cavady, sir, for your wonderful presentation and answers. Well, thank you, everyone. So let us have a quick feedback session on this particular event. Like how like how you felt it, uh, so that we can take away the lessons and we can come back with the next conference learnings from these conferences. Yeah. Yeah. Shweta, can you? I'll just call out people. Can you just? Shweta, can you just share your opinion? How was it? And
Hello, sir. Can you hear me?
yes, yes, sure.
Yes, sir. It was actually good. Normally attending conferences with different people of different areas improve our knowledge, not only in our area, but in different areas. I felt good. It was good, sir.
Thank you, Shweta, for your wonderful feedback.
Thank
Samyadi, Samyadi Ghosh, is there?
Yeah, yes, sir.
Yes.
Yeah, everything was good. It was organized. It went well.
Thank you, Samyadi. So, Mr. Mani.
Hello, sir. Actually, it's a different medium. This is the first time I am attending the conference in online.
Yes, yes.
So I feel a different experience.
Yeah, thank you. So, what do you mean by different?
Yeah, normally if you go to conference, just we meet the people, but here just we have a
Yeah, it's like a e-meeting.
yeah, just like e-meeting. And in the point of view that in this pandemic situation, it's a good medium to complete our conference.
Yes.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Mr. Mani. Sagar, can you just share your views?
Yes, sir. So it was a nice experience. You know, it is my first time that I have prepared a paper and I'm presenting it in a conference. So it was a nice experience. It was nice seeing all these others here, and it was great to learn some new and developing technologies from them as well. And I would also like to congratulate everyone and wish them luck for the future.
Thank you, Sagar. Mr. Lin, can you share your feedback? Mr. Lin? Okay, Mr. Yadav.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
It was a nice experience on internet for me. It's the first time, and everything is good.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thanks.
Mitansi. Mitansi, you there? Yeah. Mr. Arif.
Yes, thank you, sir. And it's this great conference. Now I have more experience with web conference, webinar conference like this. Even though there is many obstacle of my communication and then my network problem, but I hope so it's continued for the future and can meet with directly great people here. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you, Arif. Mr. Calvin.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Professor, for organizing such a beautiful conference. And through this platform, everyone can collaborate their research work, and we have a path for new research works as well. So thank you very much for providing us opportunity, and congratulations to all presenters who are there. Thank you.
Thank you, Calvin. Mr. Dhruv.
Yes, sir. It was wonderful having this conference online because in this pandemic situations, we were thinking that whether we would be able to do this conference or not. But with the emerging trends and e-educations, we have got a golden opportunity to do these presentations and watch the presentations in the different aspects of fields. Today, we have not only seen the subjects which belongs to our field, but also to the different other various fields. And we have learned so many of the new things from this conference. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Dhruv. Thanks a lot for this wonderful feedback. Mr. Manish.
Yeah, first of all, I'd like to congratulate everybody for making this successful. I'm also happy to note that though my presentation was totally different, from most of the presentation, but you all accepted and appreciated that, so that is a good thing.
Thank you.
The most important thing I want to compliment Professor Ravi Kumarji.
Thank you.
Who had a very interesting way to engage everybody. I mean, I was expecting this conference to start by 1:05 and finish maximum by 4:30.
Okay.
But after hearing the initial such a dynamic and positive approach of professor, I thought that this is going to go really long. So I personally like your style of engaging all the presenter, and even this process of asking feedback, introducing each other. I think that already creates a very good bonding among all of us.
Yes.
So again, thank you, and I wish all of you best in your future endeavor. So again, thank you.
Thank you, Manish, for this wonderful feedback. It was a multidisciplinary, and your presentation was wonderful. We didn't know much about this. I didn't know. I'm not talking about we. I didn't know about this one. I would like to get in personally in touch with you to learn more about it. Thank you, Mr. Manish. Mr. Kavadisa.
I have only good things to say about this conference. I like the presentations. I learned a lot today, and I like that. I'm thankful for the opportunity to show my study, to the questions and to meet to know that there's a lot of working, a lot of young people, young men working, young women working, doing, because sometimes you feel like you alone. And this was a good opportunity to see that a lot of young people are working, and yeah, this was great.
Thank you, and your presentation also was very good. Nice to know about different countries and different cultures, how they are improvising and all. So, well, thanks a lot, everyone, for joining for this conference and giving such a positive feedback. And 1 o'clock in this Sunday during afternoon, I mean in India, and I think early morning in your state, Kavdisa.
Yeah, it was it was 8 when
Okay,
8 a.m. when we started.
Okay.
Yeah.
So early morning, you woke up with a suit and sitting.
Yeah.
Yeah. Thank you. Thank you for everyone again for like for sitting for such a 4.5 hour session and dynamically participating. Right. We'll be in touch for anything. Is there you can mail me. I have these recordings with me. I can share it to you. You have my mail address. You can get back to me so that I can share this recordings of this particular day for I think Mr. Lin or someone. Mr. Lin needed it. I was thinking.
Me too. Me too.
Okay. Yeah. So I can.
I have a question.
Yes.
So I sent an email explain that I noticed that I sent a version of my paper with a mistake. Then I sent a new version. Is that possible to change?
Yeah. I think that can be taken care of. The team will. I will inform to the organizers about this.
Okay.
So not a issue,
Okay.
Mr. Kavdi. So.
Thank you.
Thank you everyone for your active participation and sitting at a single place for 4.5 hours and actively listening for this and participating. Yes, we'll be in touch. Thank you. We'll be ending the session. Thank you. Anybody have any queries?
Sir, today we have seen a lots of wonderful people who belongs to the different segments of the education sector and different fields. So can we bring all of us to a certain platform that we can contact each other and we can learn from each other in any kind of a source?
Sure. We can do that. Like some media like Google, Gmail group or some group can be
Certainly.
created. Yeah.
Sure.
Please to mail me everyone. You have my mail address, so you can mail me everyone. So I can create a Google Drive for. I mean, Google some Drive or some media of mail interaction with everyone.
Certainly.
Yeah. Thank you, Dhruv, for the wonderful suggestion. We'll see once everyone has mailed me to my presentation. I'll create a group.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah. Please
Thank
mail
you, sir.
me. As I'm ending this, the chat also can't be. I can't look into the chat. Please mail me to my email address. I've shared you my email address, prof.rravikumar. Please share it, mail it to my email address so that I can do the needful. I can't copy paste this chat. I'm facing some technical issues.
Okay.
Thank you, everyone. I will be ending the session. Thank you.
Okay, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.